with you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Happy hump day, Wednesday, March 11th. We're plowing through March. It is sugaring season in this part of the country. In case you don't know what that is, well, that's your loss. Anyway, we're glad you're here. We know you got many choices to make every single day, and we're super grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, liking is loving, sharing is caring. We appreciate you. Please consider joining our team. Complete all your various tasks. Helps you, helps us get to the FYP. We are being suppressed like crazy, so anything you can do would be much appreciated. That's cool. Thank you. There is a gifting goal today. Please consider contributing to that. We are also marching towards our 25K goal for the Do Something Tour. If you'd like to support us in our endeavors to go out and speak and listen and talk to everyday Americans just like us to make sure that they're involved in democracy so that our voices can be heard, you can donate at Factsstillmatter, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Thanks for that. Head on over to the link tree that's in my bio. All kinds of information over there, including how to join our Discord. You'll find the link. If for some reason it does not work, you can just copy it, post it into a browser, and it will open, assuming you have Discord installed. Once you join, we just ask that you go through the verification steps. Also, you'll find a link to the Facts HQ, which is the Facts Still Matter merch store at factsstillmatter.site. Some really cool items in there, especially if you're planning on protesting. There's a lot of great merch. Do Something Tour related merch. Human rights. I have a thing for human rights. All kinds of really cool stuff. Go pick it up. Be sure you're exercising your voice. There's many ways you can do that, but that's a great spot to start. Plus, there's a lot of other cool information or a lot of cool stuff on the Facts merch store. So head on over there and check that out. So we have a lot to cover today. So thank you for being here. We appreciate you. I think what I wanted to kind of just remind folks of is this topic is going to be interesting today, and I'm sure it might trigger some people who perhaps see the caption, but we're going to talk about it because I think that there's some obvious opportunities for us to kind of change the way our country runs. We've discussed this in many terms, whether it be a matriarchy or eventually egalitarianism, but ultimately what we need to do is focus on the things that should matter in our country: healthcare, education, etc. We'll talk about that. I think before we go too much deeper today, as it is Women's History Month, and as has been the case every single day this month that we do a show, we are honoring a woman from history, some known, some not as well known. Elizabeth Coleman, for example. Elizabeth Bessie Coleman, born January the 26th, 1892, died April 30th, 1926, was an early American civil aviator. She was the first African-American woman and first Native American to hold a pilot license, and is the earliest known Black person to earn an international pilot's license. She earned her license from the Federal Aeronautic International Organization on June the 15th, 1921. She was born to a family of sharecroppers in Texas. Coleman worked in the cotton fields at a young age, while also studying in a small segregated school. She attended one term of college at Langston University. Coleman developed an early interest in flying, but African Americans, Native Americans, and women had no flight training opportunities in the U.S., so she saved and obtained sponsorships in Chicago to go to France for flight school. She then became a high-profile pilot in the notoriously dangerous air shows in the U.S. She was popularly known as Queen Bess and Brave Bessie, and hoped to start a school for African-American flyers. Coleman died in a plane crash in 1926. Her pioneering role was an inspiration to early pilots and to the African-American and Native American communities. That's Bessie Coleman, Elizabeth Bessie Coleman, also known as Queen Bess. Cool. Love that story. Women of history. Thank you for being here, friends. All right, we have a lot to cover today, as is always the case, and I want to start the show today with something just a little bit different. We talk oftentimes about how dark the news is sometimes, and I had a tough day yesterday just because of how dark it was. It got to me. I managed to navigate through that, and I'm feeling much better today. It's a little cathartic therapy session, so to speak. Well, literally and figuratively. Thank you, Switch Raiders. That really helped get me through. So I figured what we're going to do is we're going to spend a little bit more time talking about some good news that's in the world. So these are just a few headlines of stories that are happening around the world that I think we should spend more time talking about. Florida, by the way, has enacted laws allowing courts to restrict pet ownership for individuals convicted of serious animal cruelty, aiming to reduce repeat abuse and protect animals. Several supermarkets and local markets in Thailand have expanded the use of banana leaves as natural packaging, significantly cutting down single-use plastic in fresh produce sections. That's pretty cool. China has announced harsher sentencing guidelines for severe child SA crimes, reinforcing existing laws with the stated goal of stronger deterrence and child protection. We could learn a little bit from that one, I think. Kyrgyzstan has launched its first large-scale solar power facility, with government estimates indicating it could reduce carbon emissions by around 120,000 tons annually once fully operational. That's cool. A surgeon and a former patient he saved as a teenager now collaborate on medical charity work in Ethiopia, providing care and training in underserved communities. Indonesia has moved to restrict and phase out elephant rides in several regions, marking a shift towards animal welfare-focused tourism and conservation practices. Chile is advancing plans for a new national park in Patagonia's Cape Froward area to safeguard endangered wildlife and preserve fragile ecosystems. Skiing in Patagonia, Chile is one of my bucket list items. Maybe someday. Conservationists in Virunga National Park have confirmed the rare birth of mountain gorilla twins, an encouraging sign for one of the world's most endangered primates. On Kangaroo Island, predator-proof fencing has helped endangered species populations rebound by up to 90%, according to local conservation authorities. The Saiga antelope has been reclassified by international conservation bodies after population recovery efforts reduced its extinction risk. So yes, world's crazy. All kinds of dark, dark days, but there are heroes. Remember, look for the helpers, Mr. Rogers. And also, there's a lot of efforts to save, endangered species communities. Different countries look at prosecuting predators differently than our country does. So we can learn a lot from others. And in particular, when we get into our conversation this morning about democratic socialism and how I believe it can save America, there are examples of how it can be done successfully. So thank you for that. We'll do that more often. All right. So before we get into this topic today, I think you have a request already. That's early. Drew's with the coffee.
Hey, buddy, I wanted to jump in while you're talking about good news.
Sure.
Hey, I told you about that vote where we're working on getting a new middle school.
Yes.
It passed.
Yes.
Just to show you how messed up we still are, it just barely passed, but it passed, and that's all that matters. So I just wanted to let you know awesome. I've been stressing about it. I got my vote in yesterday. I was the 96th person to vote in my precinct.
That's awesome. So, that's awesome. Thank you for doing
that. Just while we're talking about good news, wanted to throw that out there, buddy.
I appreciate that, man. Thanks for sharing that. You have a good day, and thanks for showing up. I appreciate you. Talk to you later.
Steve. Thank you.
All right. Let's see. There he goes in here. Okay. It was election day. Speaking of voting, I meant to cover this. Couple of interesting races. One in particular that's going to get a lot of the attention. We're going to talk about it. We're definitely going to talk about it. Is what happened in MTG's old district. Now, it's a bright red district. One of the reasons that she was elected in the first place is because she ran unopposed. That is a crazy red district. But in the primary, the open primary last night, to determine the winner of that particular seat, Sean Harris, the Democrat, got 37% of the vote. Clayton Fuller, who's a Trump-endorsed candidate, got 34% of the vote. So they go to a runoff. Now, it's still very likely that that seat goes red because Colton Moore was also in that race. He's a Republican, and he got around 11% of the vote. So if the math shakes out, right, there's more Republican support still in that district, but that was unexpected. And this has just been the trend, right? So in a bright red district, when numerous candidates are on the ballot, including Trump-endorsed candidates being on the ballot, Sean Harris, the Democrat, is the one who ended up winning the seat. So I think that's an amazing sign. It's very positive. There's still a lot of work to do, friends. We can never just rest on our laurels, right? So let's make sure that we're staying focused and paying attention. Well, more on that in just a moment. Does two, how are you today?
I'm pretty good.
Good. What's on your mind?
Democratic socialism will never save America.
Do you know what democratic socialism is?
It's Muslim, and it means it's dirty like a pig. And
No, that's not what it is.
we don't want anything to
That's
do
not
with
what it
it.
is.
Nobody believes you.
You don't know what
Nobody
it is.
wants nothing to do with you.
You don't know what it, but you don't know what it is, though, do you?
Don't care what it
You want to
is.
learn something?
It's socialism.
So
Look at all the other countries that are rejecting it.
Well, you don't know.
So you're going to stand there and
you
say
don't
it's a
know.
good thing.
You don't know
You
what
probably
it
love
is, though.
you love Mondami, don't you?
But you don't know
and
what
this
it
other
is,
three lunatics behind
sir.
you.
Sir, you don't know what it is. Why are you crashing already? It's early. Have you had your coffee yet? Would you like to try to learn something?
Because you keep coming across my feed, so I thought I'd come on there and challenge your dumb ass to something.
What would you like to challenge me to, sir?
Okay, so socialism is going to save America. How?
Yeah.
In a nutshell, not 1,000 words.
That's the question that I asked you, sir. Do you know what democratic socialism is?
I don't give a fuck what it is. It's not going to save America, dumbass.
Okay, but how would you know it won't save America if you don't even know what it is?
How do you think the people of Cuba and Venezuela feel now? The people in Iran.
Okay, sir,
they don't like being totalitarian regime over them.
Well, that's
so
not
you make no sense.
That's
You're a
not
spouting
what that is,
old man. Were you alive in 1979?
Yes, I was.
What did Iran do?
Yeah, there was the Iranian Revolution. Do you know why? Do you know why that happened?
Why did they take all the hostages?
Do you know why?
Yeah, I know why. Do you?
Why? I
explain
do.
it since you know so much, Mr. Know-It-All.
So so the Iranians
Mr. I didn't go to school, but I sure can spout a bunch of shit.
So you don't think I went to school?
Okay, no, I don't. Because if you did, you didn't learn nothing.
Okay.
You need to go back.
So I should just get a refund on my MBA?
Just because you got book sense means you don't have any common sense, and you've proven it every time you open your mouth.
Right. So the question is, sir, then what happened in 1979?
What happened? Tell me.
You told me, you brought it up, so I'm asking you, do you know?
Seems like you know everything, so why don't you tell me?
Well, sir, here's the problem. I've asked you a couple of questions this morning. You've made some statements about things. You don't seem to know much. So would you like to learn something today?
I know more than you. I'm trying to get
angry?
you to show that you know something, but you won't because you won't open your mouth, so you don't.
So then tell me what happened in 1979.
Tell me.
You said you know, so tell me.
I do. I want you to know. You tell me. You just said you knew.
You're the one that brought it up. So I'm asking you if you can.
Is that all you got is double talk and no, you can't answer a question?
No, it's not double. Sir,
it's double talk.
Come up here saying
it's more demagoguery bullshit, and we don't like it.
Got it.
You're a disgrace to America. Get the fuck off of here. Nobody gives a fuck what you got to say. Fuck off.
Okay, cool. Okay, that's nice. I appreciate you. I really appreciate you. Can you do me a favor?
You know what? You know what I appreciate? I appreciate the open borders and getting run over by an illegal immigrant and losing my fucking leg. You.
Gotcha. Okay. Whew. Wow. that didn't take long. All right. That's fine. Good morning, Tycho. How are you today?
I'm fine. I was wondering why you even bothered to talk to that guy.
Because I'll talk to anybody.
Obviously, but I think you should have handled him a little better. You should have answered all those questions. You obviously didn't know anything. But I always say to people about socialism, do you grow?
Hey, sir, excuse me.
No, I'm a lady, honey. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Okay. This is, first of all, you don't need to call me honey. If you want to come up here and insult, then there's no reason to have a conversation. Do you know what democratic socialism is? You can unmute your mic. Hello? You can accept the invitation and unmute your microphone. Hello.
Okay, I messed up. I didn't turn it on.
It's okay. Do you know what democratic socialism is?
Yes, and I was trying to tell you that I found it interesting how you kept bantering with this guy who obviously has no idea about anything. I mean, I love everybody, and don't think I'm insulting you by calling you sweetie. I call everybody sweetie, honey, and sweetheart.
Well,
I'm an old lady.
I wouldn't call you that, so that's fine.
I'm an old lady.
Okay, great. So I still wouldn't call you that. So the thing
is that sweetie?
when you no, I wouldn't. So here's the thing. Do you know what democratic socialism is?
No, I know what socialism is, and I'm not against it because I think everything's socialism. I don't grow any vegetables. I don't grow any.
I didn't say socialism. I asked you if you know what democratic socialism is. There's a difference.
Explain it to me, please. Okay.
So why did you want to come up? Why did you
I want to know what you're saying. This is the very first time that I ever talked to anybody on Socialize.
Okay. Okay. The idea behind democratic socialism, it just prioritizes things in our society that helps everyone. It helps close the wage gap. It helps guarantee social safety nets. It provides access to public education. It provides access to healthcare in a system where we all share resources. I believe in a bottom-up philosophy. I believe that the stronger the social safety nets are, which a democratic socialist system would provide, the better off we all are. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree with that because I truly believe no one's wants surpasses anyone's needs. I believe that with my heart, my existence. I know if everybody fulfills everybody's creature comfort needs for sure around the world, you can do whatever you want as long as you cause no harm. And that's what's wrong with us. We act like we're individuals.
I would agree.
We're a box of spaghetti. I'm a strand. I have to stay in the box. What's wrong? What can I do by myself, really? I don't understand people. Like I told you, I'm 75 years old. I'm ready to leave.
We all can do things individually, though. That's the whole point. We all have a voice.
Yes. And we all should understand the one thing that no one's wants surpasses anyone's needs. Put that in your heart and then we'll be better. I'm still going to call you sweetie because you are a sweetie. So there.
That's fine. Thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you for being here.
Be
blessed.
You for
your support. All right. You have a good day. Yeah. All right. Have a good day. Be safe out there. It's interesting. I figured this would be a controversial topic, but haven't even gotten into the show yet. She left. Okay. Anyway, back to that special election last night. I think it's indicative of lots of things that we have coming, which I think is great. I'm happy about that. So we'll see. More to come. Got to stay involved. We'll be reporting on election results over the course of the primary season as we lead up to the general. Skip, how are you today?
Hey, I'm doing good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to say thank you for. I reached out to you a couple days ago and just joined your live out of nowhere, and you were super nice and we just kind of talked about some stuff. So I just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome.
It wasn't the best time. It was mentally and emotionally, it was a bit draining. Just everything that's going on. I think I mentioned that. So yeah.
I get that.
Yeah.
Anything else on your mind?
Yeah. There is, I forget the senator or someone just did a, what is it? In Texas, I believe. They did a, what is it called when you do like you sweep the vote? Oh, damn it. What's his name? I have to look at it. Some guy just won, and the DNC has been trying to say that they don't really think that the money should be going there, or a lot of like people who are getting paid by the DNC should really not look at this.
Well, there's a lot more progressive candidates that are really winning elections, and I think that makes the status quo machine quite nervous, which is part of what we're talking about today, actually.
Yeah. It's not landslide. I see the comments. I'm forgetting his name. Mark, is it Sean Harris? I believe. Is that Sean Harris? I think he's a congressman.
Sean Harris in Georgia.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yes.
so it was Georgia. My apologies. Yeah. So I was trying to just get a little.
Yeah, he got the most votes in the primary. He's a Democrat. That's a seat that's been held by Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's bright red.
Right.
And the Sean Harris and Clayton Fuller. Clayton Fuller was endorsed by President Trump. He and Sean Harris will go to a runoff to fill that vacancy.
Right. So I think people are saying, like, I've heard a few things from a few kind of political pundits and stuff like that on socials, and a lot of people are saying, a lot of people share this, or at least like 3 that I've seen that share this idea that don't spend your money on this race, spend it on the Senate race. Don't spend. He's not going to win. Like, people are automatically trying to say that this like black bet is not going to be winning these votes in a red state. So I think people are trying to play like a politics and really trying to like gamify. I don't know, just look at things on a spreadsheet and just kind of see them for what they are. But I think the way, and just from my take, when I hear that kind of sensibility, that I guess that sentiment, is interesting because I don't hear it. It reminds me of like establishment politics, right? Which is interesting. Like, you hear someone talk about how someone's running a campaign and they're a person who's marginally they're marginally underrepresented in their area, I believe. So yeah, I would just say for anyone who like would be voting for Sean Harris, even though I didn't remember his name 5 seconds ago, so thank you.
It's okay. It's all good.
But yeah, for someone who's like thinking about supporting him and instead of putting their money elsewhere, I would just kind of want to go on here and just let people know to vote for him if you do think that election is important to you. I don't think that should. I think that people, especially these like bi-coastal elites, start to kind of mess up the and when I say bi-coastal elites, I'm air quoting, but just this idea that this guy is going to lose and it's going to burn badly, so let's not give him the support that we need. That's the whole idea of the Democratic Party, right? This idea to help marginalized, bridge, put bridges in spaces where we're able to kind of do more and have people, just have people just help people.
Yeah, it's the reason to consider harm reduction when you vote. And just to clarify, that's a congressional race in District 14 in Georgia. So you can only vote if you're in that district. It's not like it's a statewide election. It's only a district election. But thanks for jumping in today, Skip. I appreciate it. Thanks for being here, and thanks for the kind words. You have a good day. Be safe out there. So it's very, 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 very valid point. Obviously, we want people to be involved for sure. That's the goal. Kekule, how are you this morning?
Doing well. Thanks for having me up.
Sure.
I was interested in the post and some of the comments in the chat. I think that democratic socialism is going to save us, right? But I agree with what the other panelists set here and said, right? If you look at the 3 pictures of the candidates or our representatives at this point, centralist. The centralist Democratic Party wouldn't even support even Mandani during his primaries, right? We had Bernie, who has been an advocate for trying to rein in costs and everything else, and we wouldn't support that. Right, we essentially had AOC. We had the current president sitting there and saying that she needs to be deported to where? Right, she's a U.S. citizen, and this is the problem, right? Because while we had this vote to try to rein in the executive branch on these executive WAR powers, right? Who are the ones that conceded? It was the same group of Dems that sat there and somehow thought that ACA benefits were not worthy to the people that pay their bills or vote for them. And so I think that democratic socialism could save America. I just think that even the centrist or the DNC is not doing enough to make that happen, because it's par for the course.
Agreed, and that's the push. So this is the complication. We're going to talk about it a little bit as we get into the show this morning. But for people who want this, and people who desire a more progressive form of government, democratic socialism, European-style democracies, it's going to take a commitment to the long term. Meaning that I look at the Democratic Party now, status quo, moderate Democrats, as public transportation. It's going to get me where I want to go. I will focus on harm reduction in this next election in hopes of getting more down ballot progressives elected, people who align with more democratic socialist policies around healthcare, around education, around taxation, around corporate greed, around elections, etc. That's how we move the needle. Keep in mind that the American political right has been playing this game for 50 years. There's got to be a desire for the American left to be willing to do the same.
Yeah, no, and I agree with you 100%, right? And this is why we need to affect local elections and deal this from the bottom up, because it's not going to happen trickle down, right? There's no reason that the DNC would primary their own candidates, right? We look at just the case of Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. These were two representatives that were staunch, supporters of their constituency, right? Mm-hmm. But the only reason that they were primaried is because we didn't agree on foreign policy, and having them undone by our own party is a problem.
Agreed. Yep, agreed. Thanks for jumping in this morning, friend. I appreciate you being here. Have a good day. Be safe out there. This could be a very controversial topic today, but I want people to understand we're going to go through the exercise of democratic socialism, what it actually means, because you can tell by the reactions that we've already seen in the chat this morning and by one of our first guests today, the impact that these words have. They're just words. You don't need to be angry and upset by words. It's okay. Words don't hurt you. Remember? Sticks and stones, not words though, okay? It's just a conversation. We're going to try to educate the masses. I know you all know that. But I want to hear from our amazing chat today and from our guests who want to have this conversation because it's necessary. All right. So let's. I want to go back to that special election in Georgia. That's the one in particular that I think it's really necessary to talk about. And MTG actually, I want to read something that she actually authored because I think it's relevant for this conversation because it's her district that we're talking about here. Let me see if I can find. This is what she wrote. This was just a couple days ago. This is on her X account. Great, Mr. President. Good job. You're a billionaire, and the American people, not the Iranian people who voted for you, are not billionaires. As a matter of fact, many of them are flat out broke in all-time high credit card debt, can't afford health insurance or car insurance for that matter, and most young people can't afford to buy a house or even their rent payment. Your generation, the baby boomers, your families were able to thrive on a single income, and now that's practically impossible for the vast majority of American families. Let alone, imagine being a single mom. Most of your baby boomer friends and supporters, I'm sure, are cheering for you the most. But us younger generations, Gen X, millennials, and especially Gen Z, hate this fucking bullshit. Because we all know that in 10 years, when the baby boomers that have been in charge of all of the America's disastrous decisions are retired or passed away, us younger generations will be left with no Social Security checks because it will have gone bankrupt. Over $50 trillion in debt and a dollar that won't be worth shit. We, as in you and me, campaigned on America first, and this is not it. Whew. MTG going scorched fucking earth. She's no longer in Congress. So what would be interesting for her to do, right, would be to endorse a Democrat in her district. Because if she wants to rein this shit in, that's one way to do it. And Republicans in D.C. are freaking the fuck out from that election result that primary result last week. Now, again, it's going to be a lot of heavy lifting. It's an uphill fight because the coalescing of Republicans in that district around candidate Fuller will be interesting. So the math doesn't work in Sean Harris's favor, but we will see. Okay, we will see. All right. Few things that I want to kind of get into today before we get into our topic about democratic socialism is there's more follow-up on, well, first, let me share this with you guys. Hang on a second here. Gas prices up to $3.58 a gallon nationally. Just want to throw that out there. A lot of this has to do with, well, how do I want to say this? Let me back up a second. I'm a little distracted already. Shocker. There's still some churning and burning over the Tomahawk missiles. We know for a fact that it's the United States. Now, the problem is the situation with the president is he has now put himself out there, and we know full well that he demands loyalty. We're going to talk about Pete Hegseth in just a moment because there's a contradictory statement made on Air Force One about said Tomahawks, and the administration has now been left to scramble. We're also going to get into gas prices and situation happening in the Strait of Hormuz. Like we always tell you guys, follow the fucking money. Who benefits from this sort of disruption in the Gulf? Well, that would be Russia. And we're going to talk about sanctions and the whole 9 yards. So first, let me play this series of sound bites about the Tomahawk cruise missiles. So here's the first sound. This is from the president. This is his statement. And by the way, this reporter who asked this question, he deserves a freaking Pulitzer.
So likely destroy that Iranian girls' school. So will the U.S. accept any responsibility?
Well, I haven't seen it. And I will say that the Tomahawk, which is one of the most powerful weapons around, is used by, is sold and used by other countries, you know that. And whether it's Iran, who also has some Tomahawks, I wish they had more. But whether it's Iran or somebody else, the fact that a Tomahawk is very generic. It's sold to other countries. But that's being investigated right now.
There's that. Then there's another little sound bite.
Has been over for 3 days.
Hang on one second. Let me find the other piece of sound I want to play. Here you go. This is the reporter that deserves a Pulitzer. Listen to how this question is asked. This is the shit that we want to see from the press.
That Iran somehow got its hands on a Tomahawk and bombed its own elementary school on the first day of the war. But you're the only person in your government saying this. Even your defense.
You're the only person in your government saying this, sir. Even your defense secretary said no.
Defense secretary wouldn't say that when he was asked, standing over your shoulder on your plane on Saturday. Why are you the only person saying this?
Because I just don't know enough about it. I think it's something.
My guy, you're the fucking boss.
Thing that I was told is under investigation, but Tomahawks are used by others, as you know. Numerous other nations have Tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the report shows, I'm willing to live with that report.
You're willing to live with that report. Okay. Well, this was the moment on Air Force One when the president was asked this question, and then Keg Stand Breath is standing behind him with some contradictions.
Did the United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175 people?
In my opinion, based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
We think it was done by Iran.
Okay. So the president says it was Iran. Hegseth says we're investigating. We're going to unpack this a little bit more. So again, Caroline is then in a tough spot because she's asked this question, and this is how she has to respond to it. Here you go. She's scrambling now because journalists are doing what journalists should do.
On the Iranian school, why did President Trump say yesterday that Iran may have Tomahawk missiles when there are only 3 other U.S. allies plus the U.S. that have those missiles and therefore could...
Look, again, as the president said yesterday, he will accept the conclusion of this investigation by the Department of War. I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about who may be responsible for this. We're not going to get ahead of the Department of War and the conclusion of that investigation. The president has a right to share his opinions with the American public, but he has said he'll accept the conclusion of that investigation. And frankly, we're not going to be harassed by the New York Times, who's been putting out a lot of articles on this, making claims that have just not been verified by the Department of War, to quickly wrap up this investigation because the New York Times is calling on us to do so.
Oh, so it's the New York Times' fault. Okay. All right. Well, let's fact check this a little bit.
But an investigation is ongoing.
This
What do we?
This person that's going to be hearing from her name is Jennifer Griffin. She's a national security correspondent for Fox, being interviewed by Brett Baer, asked the same questions about the Tomahawks, and her answer is chef's kiss.
Tomahawks are used by other countries, but an investigation is ongoing. What do we know about where that stands?
Well, that was a bit surprising to me because basically the U.S. has Tomahawks. Tomahawks have to be fired from either submarines or from warships. The Brits and the Australians have Tomahawks, but they're not part of this conflict. And then you also have the Japanese who are in a testing phase. So it seems highly unlikely that it would be anyone's Tomahawk other than a U.S. Tomahawk that hit that school. And I think the president knows that. He just knows that this is certainly a mistake, a big mistake, and it's being investigated, but he's trying to sort of muddy the waters by talking about the Tomahawks.
So there is that. Friends, I got to deal with something real quick. Give me a minute. I'll be right back.
Facts still matter, so stand up, lean in. You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true, or make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Sorry about that, y'all. Appreciate you for hanging in there. Thank you very much. Okay, so long story short, we know that the investigation has been determined that it's, U.S. Tomahawk, Australia, UK. None of them involved. It's us. The older millennial who's put out a video trying to claim that that was in fact the Iranian government, and we know that's not true. So they're wrong. But doesn't matter because they'll find some way to spin away from it. So let's shift now to the conversation about gas prices because this is not going away. Let me back up a second. These are some statements that have been captured by the president. Sorry, I had to run outside real quickly. His timeline and his description of the events in the Middle East have been wildly inconsistent, to say the least. To Axios last Saturday, the war could last 2 or 3 days. New York Times on Sunday, we intended it to be 4 to 5 weeks. To ABC on Sunday night, it could go longer than 5 weeks, but could also go less. On the goals of the war, to the Washington Post, Trump said, "All I want is freedom for the Iranian people." To CNN, he said they were a month away from having a nuke. On who will lead Iran next? To the New York Times, he said, "We have 3 very good choices." To ABC, he said, "The attack knocked out most of the candidates. It's not going to be anybody that we were thinking because they are all dead. Second or third place is also dead." On Saturday, he said, "Our objective is to defend the American people by eliminating imminent threats for the Iranian regime." On Sunday, the Pentagon tells Congress to On Sunday, according to Reuters, Pentagon tells Congress there was no sign that Iran was going to attack the U.S., sources say. When he first announced the attacks overnight last Saturday, Trump offered two compelling or competing outcomes for Iran. Iran's military simply surrender its weapons to the public, and the Iranian people overthrow the existing government. During a phone call with the New York Times on Sunday, he added a new one, a Venezuela-style model where most of the government stays in place and takes cues from D.C. Okay, yeah, that worked out very well in the past. So, over the weekend, he also attended a glitzy fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago while American lives were being lost. He posted a 2024 article about Lady Gaga's father endorsing him for president, and then he praised the new Rose Garden statues while reporters pressed him on Iran. So that's good. I also found an interesting montage of statements made by Bibi Netanyahu that goes back, oh goodness, this goes back to 1995. Remember, it's always been sold to the American public that Iran was, and to the global community, that Iran was 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month away from acquiring the materials necessary to build a nuke. Well, this is Bibi going back to 1995. Okay, here you go.
Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up, preserved knowledge to make a bomb very quickly if they wanted to.
Iran is so dangerous.
2012.
Weeks away from having the fissile material for an entire arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close.
2015.
Away from being about 90% of having the enriched uranium for an atom bomb. Iran is gearing up to have
2018.
25 bombs, atomic bombs a year, 250 bombs in a decade. Iran will be capable
2025
of producing alone, without importing anything, nuclear bombs within 3 to 5 years. Once Saddam has nuclear weapons, the terror network will have nuclear weapons. Next thing you'll see is a nuclear bomb in the World Trade Center. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
So, yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks away. Nothing to see here. 2 weeks away. Here's another statement that the president made at this amazing, whatever you want to call it, event down where he gathered Republicans down in Mar-a-Lago to remind them that we're all going to go to fucking jail. I mean, to remind them about the importance of the midterms. This is a question he was again asked about the status of the situation in Iran.
Building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications, and they have no leadership. It's all gone. So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further. But
what?
The big risk on that war has been over for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days.
What? Hey, Dan, you asked me a question. You said, so what you're saying is that you would take the chance of Iran, masters of terrorism, having a nuke. I don't think I made that statement, Dan. I'm just providing you the news. We've been told for 30 years by Bibi that Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuke. That's all. That's what I'm reporting on here. We've been lied to by numerous times. So, Dan, are you defending the lies? I did send you a request to come up and talk to me. If you'd like to, like I said, I don't bite. I only nibble. Just letting you know. Don't be afraid. It's okay. And then to kind of close this particular loop, the commander-in-chief, you'd like to think he's well-informed and knows exactly what's happening, because from what we've been talking about here, he's being led. He's being dragged by the nose. As long as somebody glazes him, he will do whatever he wants. So he's basically telling you here whose idea it was to enter into another endless, unnecessary war.
The situation was very quickly approaching the point of no return, and the United States found it intolerable, in my opinion, based on what Steve and Jared and Pete and others were telling me, Marco, so involved, that I thought that they were going to attack us. I thought they would, if we didn't do this at the time we did it, I think they had in mind to attack us. And
So, sure. Okay. Yeah, we should attack Iran. Okay, cool. Got it. Okay, let's attack Iran. I want to, with that being said, I'm going to play some sound from Anthony Blinken, who was a former Secretary of State, going back to the Obama and the Biden administration, faced with similar rhetoric coming from that part of the world. This is what adults in the room sound like when asked when confronted with the same challenge that our current president has been confronted with.
During the Obama administration, the Israelis were pushing President Obama to take military action against Iran, and were warning that they would do it themselves if he didn't. And he wouldn't, because he thought the better way to get at the nuclear program, which is what we were focused on, was through very muscular diplomacy backed up by very, very strong sanctions that we rallied the world to put in place. And then we got the Iran nuclear agreement. In the days after the October 7th attack on Israel, the horrific attack on Israel by Hamas, the Israelis were insisting that in the north, Hezbollah from Lebanon was about to attack. And they wanted to strike preemptively against Hezbollah. And President Biden said, look, we're with you, we'll always be with you in defending Israel, and if you're attacked, we're there, but we're not there if you're going to start something. And we came within about 30 minutes of having a war in the north based on bad information that the Israelis had about an imminent attack from Hezbollah. We were able to avert that, but Biden was very insistent. We're not going to do something that you initiate, that you start. It's very different than defending Israel when it's been attacked. I can't speak to what the dynamic was this time. I heard that, then it was walked back. The president said it was the other way around. There's been a shifting rationale, a shifting explanation for why this, why now. And again, that's why it's so important to have ideally laid this out before the American people and our partners and allies. We might have had less friction with them if there was a compelling case to be made, to make sure that we laid that out in advance and had them with us on the takeoff, not mid-flight or on the landing.
So let's think about the three different administrations and how they've approached this. Again, the common thread in all of this is Bibi. Lies that he's been telling for decades about either Saddam or don't forget, Bibi was part of the initial fucking lie regarding WMDs in Iraq. Bush took the bait. Obama said, no. Biden said, no. Trump said, okay. That's what diplomacy does. You get stiff sanctions. Joe Biden's like, no, we're not going to support you from an offensive perspective, right? And I can be critical of the United States' support of the country in general, not the people, the Bibi Netanyahu warmongering government. Here we sit. Same fucking script, same person in charge, Bibi, pulling the fucking strings. And because Trump thinks he's the fucking man, he's just going to listen to his people who want to use U.S. taxpayer dollars to turn Gaza into a Mediterranean paradise. And here we are. And here we sit. The sanctions were working. The JCPOA was working. But nope. We can't just use diplomacy. We got to fucking saber rattle and do all this fucking bullshit. Of course we do. Because that's what we do. That's what Republicans do. We've seen it. Multiple administrations now with the exact same approach to foreign policy in the Middle East. And what has it gotten us? It's gotten us fucking nowhere. $1 billion a day we're spending. It's gotten us nowhere. It's the same thing. How long is it going to be? A couple of days, 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years, 2 decades? Is anybody willing to learn? Where are you? Where are the no new wars conservatives today? Where are you? You just want to use a semantics argument, right? Oh, it's not a war. Okay, sure. And you walk up to an Afghanistan veteran or an Iraqi veteran or a Vietnam veteran or a Korean veteran and tell them they were not in a war. Okay? Cool. Appreciate that. Appreciate you. Good move. Said no one ever. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning, sweetie. How are you today?
I'm good, honey. What's going on?
Nothing. Listen, this is pathetic. He's gonna pull out. He's gonna say, "Oh well, we destroyed all their stuff. We're just gonna go away," because he's so stupid. He thought, "Oh, we'll just bomb them and they'll do whatever we want."
Exactly.
And you can already see he's already ready to blame everybody else because he's already go, "Well, this is what they told me." So Marco told me. Next, they're gonna say, "Well, it turns out Iran was in the E-files." That's the next excuse they're gonna come out with. It's ridiculous. They went in with no plan.
No plan at all.
No plan. This is the problem when you have a completely incompetent administration. They're all so incompetent. The one good thing is they come up with grandiose plans that they can't pull off because they're incompetent. But when you actually need competence, this is what you're stuck with.
Exactly. We need competent people in charge for something like this, and we just don't have it.
Well, and on top of it, one of the biggest worries should be as far as if any T attacks caused now, and they decimated a lot of the counter T departments within the federal government already. And
correct, they did.
The cyber they destroyed the cyber war department. All that they really
correct.
So I mean, I think we're in for a bad haul at some point here. It's gonna come up. Well,
they could. Yeah, they just decided they weren't going to report out on terrorist threats and things along those lines. So yeah, this is where we sit. Well, justification, in my opinion, justification for other things.
And what's going to happen is if he tacos again, which I think he is, he's given the indications. You're just going to go, oh yeah. Now you've just made things more dangerous because now you have another generation of people who hate us because you just went in there and blew up their country and then left. So even if you claimed you're going to do regime change, well, that's out the window now. So the regime's just going to come down harder on any dissidents.
Correct.
They're going to go harder after Israel. You just made the whole thing so unstable now. And Russia's just sitting back going, nah. I mean, I don't know. It's not getting enough thing. Witkoff was going, oh, no, Russia's not sharing intelligence. They said they're not.
We're going to talk about that in just a minute, about Russia. Because they're the beneficiary of all this, to be honest. And shocker, I keep telling you guys from the beginning, it's follow the fucking money, and it's all about Russia. So,
because Russia made a deal with India. Now Russia can sell oil to India now.
Correct. Yep. And we're relaxing sanctions.
Yeah.
Thanks for jumping in today, brother.
No problem, pal. I'll talk to you. Bye.
Be safe out there, kid. Have a good day. He's right. He's right. It's the same thing. It's the same fucking cycle repeating itself. What's the world? How are you today?
I'm good. I just find it so I appreciate listening to you because I'm also reading through your comments, and I think what's unsettling about all of it is the same things that you kind of see in these comments is like the semantics is it's a conflict, not a war. It's a conflict, not a war. When you're it's frustrating because I'm an educator and I teach special education, but my kids are the alternative side. So they're actually very immersed, and I wish they weren't, with the legal system. A lot of them have those issues at hand. And I tell them, and I try to teach them that it doesn't matter, because they'll ask, what do you think? And I'm like, it's not my place to share with you what I believe is happening in our government right now. What is my duty is to teach you how to read properly, how to examine evidence properly, how to fact check your information so that you can make those decisions for yourself. Because as you grow older, no one's going to be there to hold your hand the whole time. You have to do what's best for you. And I think what's interesting is you have grown-ass adults just sitting here arguing semantics that they don't even know are still not correct. When your president that you voted for, not mine, and you can tell me over and over again, that's your president. I didn't vote for him. I'm not here for this. When he's saying it's a war, and then you have Pete Eggsbreath saying it's a war, at what point did it turn into a conflict? Who told you that? Now you're defending your government, and Trump can't hear you. Trump doesn't care what you're doing. And that's what's so interesting to me
Right.
is this cult following of not realizing that, like, Trump doesn't give a fudge about what you're doing. Trump cannot hear anything that you're saying. All you're doing is spreading misinformation, fear-mongering without any credible and viable sources. And then when someone gives you a credible source or explains it to you, it turns into a game of semantics, or that's AI, or that's cherry picking.
Yeah,
and
they're not
it's
going to
just
get
so
picked.
frustrating.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah,
appreciate
you're right.
all that you're doing.
Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. And thank you for being for what you do. We hold teachers in very, very high regard in this particular space, and we all should. So thank you for what you do. We appreciate that.
Of course. Thank you.
You have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
She's right. I mean, it's the argument we watched it this morning. Listen, it's a semantics debate, right? You don't want to call it a war, then fine. Then you can't call any other conflict that the United States military has been involved in since World War II a war either. Because for it to be a war, Congress needs to declare it as such. War Powers Acts aside, that's what it takes. We know what it is. We know that loss of life has happened. We know that Caroline Leavitt now has got to correct the record because of what we know about the administration has been downplaying the amount of injuries and casualties. So she's pressed on this. And here you go.
Reuters has reported that about 150 U.S. service members have been injured so far. Can you confirm that number and elaborate on that?
I can't confirm the exact number. I know it's within that ballpark, but I would defer you to the Pentagon for a specific number of wounded or injured thus far.
So 150. Keep in mind, after Trump ordered the unaliving of Soleimani, right? There was an attack near a U.S. military base where members who received injuries received traumatic brain injuries, many of them because of the concussion from the munitions that hit near the facility. And Trump said, it's a headache. So once again, here we sit. Here we sit. The same argument that we've heard from the Trump, something we could have agreed on, that we don't want to be spending any more money overseas. No more endless wars, especially in that part of the world, because it's never ended well for us, ever. It's never ended well for anyone. But here we are again, and now you want to downplay it. Oh, well, it's going to happen. Just a headache. Get over it. Okay. And then here's the weird part about this whole thing. Fucking gas prices. So here's a little bit of sound from a man on the street interviewing some Trump voters in Georgia and in Florida about the price of gas.
Yeah.
Well, between him and her, I thought he was the better choice, but honestly, I miss my Uncle Joe.
Ooh.
I was a nobody, and I was balling then. Now, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket.
We spoke to Trump voters here in Florida who are ticked off about the fact that the gas prices in the state have gone up by an average of about 60 cents within just a week.
I would just wish he'd keep up on his campaign promise and say he was going to put it under $3. He'd end that war so fast. But here it is, 5 years later, helping his buddy out get his more money. And then never mind charging us Americans all sorts of money for fuel that you just stole from Venezuela.
And those gas prices are getting higher because of volatile oil prices due to the war in Iran, a war that these Trump voters tell us they hope wraps up quickly.
If I could, speak to the president, I'd just encourage him to finish up this war and get us back to a safe world.
He's saying about for our safety, leave somebody alone, they won't bother you.
Hopefully this conflict over there will end, it's just unfortunate.
The overall vibe here at the gas pump amongst these Trump voters is they feel like the economy is not going well right now.
At the moment, I'm really out of work.
My hope is that it's temporary and it doesn't last for too long, that oil prices come back down. That's my hope.
That's my hope. Hopes and dreams. And just again, real quick, just want to make sure I get the most accurate number. This is reported by AAA this morning. $3.58 is the national average. It's up, 58. It's up 5 cents from yesterday. It's up 40 cents from a week ago. It's up 70 cents from a month ago, and it's up 60 cents from a year ago. That's a problem. Yeah. So anyway, we'll get back to that in just a second, because guess thoughts and gas prayers. You're right, Reeb. Guess who it benefits? You'd be stunned to know that Russia is a beneficiary of this. Pretty wild, right? Pretty wild. Shocker that they get to benefit. Eris, how are you today?
Steve?
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. What's on your mind?
Have you been on Truth Social recently on Trump's account?
I check every morning unless I missed something.
Did you see that we're building a new oil refinery?
Saw that. Yeah.
And that we're going to be contracting with India?
Of course we are.
So I thought that was kind of weird that, we are easing the sanctions for Russia to sell to India, and now we're contracting with India. Excuse
me?
Great,
right? America
and
first.
One of my friends looked into it.
That's America. That's America first. Yeah.
But one of my friends looked into it too. So that oil refinery has already been there. We're merely refurbishing it.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
All right. I just wanted to,
yeah.
just in case you hadn't checked yet.
I appreciate you very much for that reminder. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Be safe out there. Yeah. I'm going to break down this whole relationship. Good morning, friend. How are you today?
I'm good. Good morning, handsome face. Good morning, everybody. I wanted to ask a question.
Sure.
Okay. Do you believe that? Oh, first I wanted to say, prior, when the guy was like, you don't have any education, blah, 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 blah. And you was like, should I get a refund on my MBA? When I tell you, you ate that one, you ate that one. I was like, yes, facts, MBA, yes. You ate that one. I just had to let you know now. But just on
Thank you. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Just on some realness. When Biden and Harris were in office and they were trying to do this whole EV, the green deal or something like that, is that I'm asking do you believe they were trying to turn from fossil fuels and all of that to EV due to not being able to getting into a situation like this, kind of like eliminating the strings a little bit to OPEC by trying to convince us to buy more electric cars? Do you think that's the angle of when the Biden administration was introducing that type of energy?
I do, and I don't think it's just about electric vehicles. I think it's an initiative to invest in more renewable and sustainable energy resources. The reason I say that is because we've got this umbilical to black gold Texas tea that we get primarily from the Middle East, and our dependency. So it's two things. It's a foreign policy decision, so we're not as dependent, and it solves a lot of problems. It creates entire new industries in our country, the sustainable energy, the solar industry, the wind energy, the EV industry, and we can address climate issues. So I think it was a full-blown, I think it was a full encompassing approach, so to speak.
Okay, now I'm going to go to a hypothetical world, just so you know.
Okay.
Just giving a disclaimer. Say as if we were in office. Say as if Democrats were in office, correct? And we went through with the Green Deal. Like currently, right now, that's where we're in. Things have gone good with the Green Deal. But say this war still happened in a hypothetical world, correct? To where we had say we had nothing to do with it, but it was still a war between Iraq or whatever. Do you think the Green Deal would have prevented us from having hiked gas prices with the whole Strait situation due to us not being so heavily dependent if we were in the Green Deal, like if we were doing the Green Deal? I hope I'm making sense.
Yeah. So is the question, would
the Green Deal,
Okay. Yeah. Let me see if I understand your question. Assuming that we had more sustainable energy resources in our country, and we were more heavily invested in the grid, and we had more EV vehicles on the roads.
Right.
Do you think we would still be involved in this
or
war?
harmed in a way by the war, as significantly as we are now?
Sure, it's hard to say. I mean, I'll play the hypothetical game with you, though. So, assuming that we didn't have as much dependency,
correct,
right? Then I think it's logical to say that our involvement may not be at the same level.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Not to say that we wouldn't be involved, because it is still it's still a commodity. It's still part of our GDP. It still fuels the world. I just don't know if I don't know if we'd be involved for the at the same level, if that makes sense.
Do you think that the Green Deal or the renewable energy way of the world would be more of a buffer when it comes to situations like this in the Middle East?
I do. Yeah. The reason I say that too, the reason I say this is because some of the largest investors globally in green energy projects and sustainable and renewable resources is big oil.
Right.
So if big oil sees energy as sustainable and renewable energy in the future, then the rest of the world probably should too. And other countries are already bypassing us. Other countries have already made those investments. And yes, we need to reduce our dependency. It's a national security issue, and it's an environmental issue. And by the way, it would create millions of new jobs domestically.
Correct. Agreed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I just, my mind went there, and I don't know, just when we were talking about gas going up and the war, and it just popped in my brain. I was like, maybe if we were more invested in renewable energy, I wonder if it would kind of buffer us a little bit to where our gas prices wouldn't be so high, because we'll have more hybrid cars on the road, or we'll have more electrical cars on the road. I'm kind of thinking, if it makes sense, years ahead in a utopia world, how, renewable energy can kind of help us in all kinds of ways, if that makes sense.
It can.
Okay.
It absolutely can. And we're going to talk about this when I do the breakdown of democratic socialism, because that's part of it. But thank you.
You're welcome.
It's always great to talk to you.
Always.
I appreciate you.
Have a
good
great
day.
one.
All right. You too. Be safe. Bye. This is why I love our fucking chat so much, because you guys get it. It's big picture. Got to think big picture, right? That's the goal here.
Up in this an apartment we don't know who's living there. We hope that leaders of political parties.
Sorry, it was an accidental request.
All right, no problem.
Have a great day. Love you.
You too. Sorry. Okay. We'll talk about how you pay for it in just a second. Unknown user. RC, how are you today?
Good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So, how would you define the difference between democratic socialism and socialism?
Well, again, the argument, do you know what let me ask you first, do you know what democratic socialism is? If you don't know, I can take you through the exercise.
I know what socialism is. I don't know how democratic socialism is different from socialism.
Okay, what is socialism?
Well, the question is to you.
I know, but you said you know what socialism is, so what is socialism?
Are you going to not answer what the difference between the two?
No, I'm going to answer. We have to level set. I'm asking if you said you know what socialism is. So to have a conversation, we need to root it in some place. So why don't you tell me what you think socialism is?
Okay, so I'm going to answer the question first then. You're not going to answer the question first.
Because we have to understand. I mean, I need to know that you can engage in this conversation, right? So therefore, I would need to know what your understanding of words are, for example. So what do you believe socialism to be?
That's incredible.
No, it's just a fair question. This is what you do when you try to engage.
I asked the question.
Yeah, but do you think I would put this up here if I didn't know what it was?
I mean,
so
it
I'm
should
asking
be.
You,
yeah, I do. I
what
do
is
think
socialism?
That, yes. Wouldn't you define what you mean by socialism and then differentiate it from democratic socialism?
Again,
I asked the question.
Democratic socialism. I understand that, RC. So tell me what socialism is.
So then you would have said, well, this is what socialism is, and this is how democratic socialism is different.
RC, so tell me what socialism is.
The question was directed at you. Now you're gaslighting.
RC, tell me No, I'm not gaslighting. That's not gaslighting, bro. I'm asking you, what is socialism?
Well, if I was hosting a live that said democratic fascism, and someone asked me, "Can you define the difference?"
Are you hosting the live? Are you hosting the live?
No, and I would be in good faith if I was hosting the live, and I would explain the difference.
I am in good faith.
So what's the difference?
First of all, you're not very good at this, RC. So again, the question is, you said you know
what do you mean I'm not good at this? I just asked the question.
Tell me, again, I'm going to answer your question, but I need to understand.
I'll answer. Sure.
Smart.
I will answer your question in good faith. And this is what's going to happen. I'm going to answer your question, and then you're going to monologue about how I have the wrong definition, and then kick me. And you're never going to actually explain the difference between democratic socialism and socialism. That's what you're going to do.
No, okay.
Yeah,
okay,
that's what's going to happen. Is this recorded somewhere so that people can clip this, and then I'm going to be proven right? Because you're never going to actually explain the difference between the two terms.
So why don't you just answer the question then?
Right? You've already even conceded that that's exactly what you're going to do.
Why don't you just?
You're right. I am.
I did not.
I'm actually too good at this.
I did not. Oh, okay, cool. So tell me what socialism is then.
No, I'm the one that asked the question. I'm not going to do that to you.
So you don't want to engage. So yes, this is clipped.
So what is the difference between socialism and democratic socialism?
Once again,
it's a simple question.
RC, I asked you a question to understand your knowledge of the subject.
I asked you the question, and then you reflexively asked me the question back.
No, it's a level set. So if you didn't,
it's not a level set.
If you didn't
would have defined socialism and then differentiated from democratic socialism.
Cool.
It's pretty simple.
Appreciate that. So you don't want to answer the question then, is what you're saying?
No, you don't. And you're deflecting the question back onto me.
No, RC, it's a simple question.
You're really fooling all these people in the chat. Like, you guys are really fooled by this shit?
They're not fooled. They're just watching you crash in real time.
You can't even define the difference between democratic socialism and socialism.
No, I absolutely can.
So do it.
Absolutely
that was the question.
No,
so just do it.
I understand that, RC, but you need to tell me what socialism is.
No, why do I need to do that? Why can't you define the difference? So that we're all on the same page. You don't know what it is. Clearly, you don't.
You don't know what it is.
You're the one hosting this. You would be able to easily define the difference.
You don't know what socialism is, though.
I asked the question. Okay, let's assume I don't know what socialism is. Can you explain to me, someone that doesn't know what socialism is, how it's different from democratic socialism?
So you don't. So are you?
Okay, no, I don't. Yes, I'm conceding I don't know what socialism is. Now, can you please define the difference between the two terms?
So I don't normally do your work for you, but let me give you.
Are you looking up the definition? Is that what you're doing right now? Are you? So what? What are you looking at? Just answer the question. You're the one hosting a live with 2,000 people watching, explaining that you define democratic socialism as the solution to America.
Yeah.
So this shouldn't be hard. So what's the difference? How is it different from regular socialism?
So let me just check something real quick here. So you've got 56,000 followers. Why don't you host lives on this topic then, RC?
You ask me, do I know what socialism is? Okay, no, I don't. Please explain to the 2,000 people watching the difference between socialism and democratic socialism.
The idea behind democratic socialism is it provides a social safety net for people in our country, in any country, who focuses on the social welfare, public education, make sure you have a progressive tax system, public health. That's the foundational principles of democratic socialism.
And how is that different from socialism? But my question was, if you remember, what's the difference between the two?
Once again, you said define democratic socialism, which I just did.
No, I said define the difference between the two.
No. That was my question. Now I'm asking you.
And you
to
read
define
something.
Socialism.
You were reading something there.
No, I didn't. No, I'm not.
You weren't looking down reading something?
No.
No, my eyes failed me there.
I'm asking you. I have I have a team of people who communicate with me.
A team of people?
I'm asking you, RC, yes, I'm asking you to tell me what socialism is. Go ahead.
So you were reading what your team of people were sending you, to be clear? And you people that are watching this, you're fooled by this? Really?
So are you going to answer the question? Are you going to answer the question?
You're asking me to define socialism.
Yeah,
I've already said I don't know what that is, right? So what's the difference?
Cool. See you later. I knew this topic was going to be triggering today. I knew it. See, RC, if you were serious about this conversation. All you would have to do would be to answer the question. It's not that hard. This is the problem. If you wanted to have a good faith conversation, I'm willing to have it with you. But you lost the debate when you refused to answer a simple question. You pivoted around. I look down at my screen all the time. That's how it works. You do a show. I've explained to you what it is. You don't want to hear it because, RC, you're afraid of words too. It's not that hard. It's really not. I don't know what to tell you. We should call it Crash Out Wednesday. RC equals really childish. Hugh Jazz, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Fantastic. What's on your mind?
I'm looking at the screen you have back there. You got a trio of people. Why'd you choose those people?
Why do you think I chose those people?
Specifically, the man in the middle. You like him?
I do.
He's got New York City running smoothly.
He sure does.
Didn't he almost get bombed yesterday? Or someone tried to bomb him?
Is that his fault?
Well, I'm just saying, like, didn't that happen?
Somebody tried, yeah. Jake Lang, part of that. You know, we can talk about Jake Lang, who's also a predator. Do you like Jake Lang?
No, I'm not a big fan. I think he's a Israel first right wing activist.
Not a big fan, or should you just condemn him because he's also a predator?
I don't really pay attention to him. Honestly, when I heard about this, I had to look up who he was. So don't really pay attention to his stuff.
Yeah. So do you have an issue with these people? Do you know what these people stand for?
Bullshit.
I
think AOC's got,
like what? Like you said, wait a minute, hold on. You said bullshit. Like what? Let's just not use words. Let's try to get into some substance of the debate.
I don't believe in what they push. So
okay, what do they push?
Well, for one, if I was a New York City resident, I wouldn't have voted for Mamdani.
Okay, we're not talking about Mamdani. We're talking about all of them. So what do they push? Tell me what they push.
Well, I'm assuming in the terms of what you have in the background, democratic socialism, they push that, right?
Like what? So, but what does it mean? Like what do they?
I don't know. What is democratic socialism? I think you were trying to answer.
So, bro, this is my point, though. So you see the word. So this is how I imagine this going. You scrolled by, you saw a word that said socialism. You saw people that you don't like, and then you figured you would request. Maybe try to learn something. Do you understand that in a system supported by democratic socialism that prioritizes public health, public education, control of capitalism so that the wealth gap doesn't get wider and wider, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Do you understand that your life would be better under a system like that?
Well, how is New York City going?
He just got into office, my guy, like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, and it's already pretty bad.
So give me an example. When you say it's going bad, give me an example.
Well, isn't the cost of electricity and housing going up for New York City residents since he's taken office? Yeah.
Is it?
I don't know all the details of it. I don't live there, but
okay. So then, can you prove it?
With a valid source for you?
Well, my guy, can you try to answer the question? When I explain to you what democratic socialism is at its core, as how I define it, again, a promotion of progressive policy.
I don't think it's going to save America.
Okay, but that's your opinion. So tell me why you would be opposed.
Just like democratic.
Let me give you an example. Okay, let me give you an example. Would you be opposed to having more affordable health care? Yes or no?
I think affordable health care is a valid concern for a lot of Americans, yes.
Okay, so that would be something in a democratic socialist model that I would see.
So you think
there's wait a minute, hold on. There are examples of it working. Do you also believe in a system where we can prioritize work in that people are respected, they're paid a living wage, time off is something that is necessary because as somebody who worked in corporate America for years, productivity increases if people have time to enjoy their lives? Would you support that?
Yes, I would
Okay.
But listen,
Cool.
in terms of that, you know, paying everyone a livable wage, that is 100% something that, you know, people, they're working hard. They deserve to get paid and compensated for that.
So you're a democratic socialist, man. Good for you. Welcome to the light.
But see, you can't say everything that's good and jolly and say that that's just all going to work, because you impose one thing, there's even if it's a positive, there could be some negative downfalls. Even if it's a negative thing, it can have some positive upsides, right? So
sure. But do you think
you spoke about hold on,
bro, hold on.
You gave me some questions, so I'm going to
hang on a second. The system that we have now is obviously not working, right? Like you just described it. There's people that are suffering. We know that.
In terms of wages and healthcare, because those are the two questions you asked. You said in terms of that, it's not working right now?
Well, there's more.
Well, I understand that, but what you just said, I'm only speaking on what you said so far. You brought up healthcare and wages, right? Okay.
Correct.
I would say, when has healthcare in the United States ever been stable?
RC.
I'm not RC.
Just be honest.
I'm not RC. That was the last guy you talked to. But anyway, when has healthcare been stable in the United States?
Exactly the point.
So,
my friend.
Okay, why has it never been stable in the first place? Why is everything the Democrats propose Hey, I'm not finished. Why is universal health care?
Bro,
why do I think it is? Because
why do you think it is? Why do you think it is?
For a lot of people don't want to pay for the people that aren't healthy, because a lot of the healthcare realistically is just people that are slobs. So if we prioritize,
wait a minute, you pay for that, but you pay for that now. You pay for people's health care now,
right?
And would you like to save money?
Everyone wants to save a few dollars if they can, right?
Okay, so do you understand that in the Medicare for All model, which I support, not only would our nation have health care coverage, we would all save money.
Why has it never happened then?
Why do you think it's never happened? That's the question I asked you.
I'm not sure. If I knew the question, maybe I'd be a millionaire. But I'm asking you, who's telling me that I would save more money with this proposal that you're saying.
I'll answer. Capitalism, corporate greed, money in politics, Citizens United, big pharma lobbies, big healthcare lobbies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Do you think you would be able to operate this platform that you have under a democratic socialism?
Absolutely.
How?
Doesn't mean there's not capitalism. It doesn't mean there's not
so
capitalism.
all those,
do you think democratic? Wait, hey, my guy, hold on, slow down. Do you think democratic capitalism doesn't exist within democratic socialism?
Well, in your opinion, does it?
I'm asking you the question. Do you think capitalism does not exist under a democratic socialism form of government? Yes or no?
I would say it's probably still operate in certain ways, but entirely no, not the way it does now.
That's well, again, it's just about regulation of capitalism, right? So do you understand that the wealth gap gets wider and wider and wider and wider every single year? Right? 938 billionaires in our country. They have accumulated $1.7 trillion in wealth since Trump took office. Their combined wealth is nearly $9 trillion. 938 people in our country have nearly $10 trillion in wealth. Is that okay with you?
If it's the wealth earned, I think it's fine. You know, I think that's the great thing about capitalism, right? If you're able to build something.
That's not great, though.
Well, you see,
it's not great, though.
You see, the problem is, you know, if you created say a frozen food item right now, and it was like the new hit thing, right? You're probably going to get bought out by a large corporation eventually, right? Because they
part of the problem.
Right. I understand that. But you were also able to make something and get bought out for it. Now, that's also a profit for you. But is it good for everyday Americans that aren't creating these products? Probably not. Is stopping corporations from making all this money going to allow them to pay their employees more money? I don't think so. So that's where your argument kind of lacks.
Well, no, that's, see, how old are you? Let me ask you that question.
I'm 26.
Okay. So due respect, you got a lot to learn. Okay. So the lie that conservatives have been told is that if there is more tax, if the tax burden increases on the rich, that all of a sudden these companies will start leaving the country. That's never happened. So don't you think it's interesting that Republican politics continue to cut taxes for corporations and the rich, and the wealth gap gets wider and wider? Do you think that's a coincidence, or do you think that's planned?
I think a lot of things are planned and out of our control, which is unfortunate, but I don't.
How is that out of our control, though? How is that out of our control?
Because
the legislation was passed. Wait a minute. Wait. Hold on. Legislation was passed to do that.
Because listen.
So that's planned.
Well, we all know now, according with Trump in office, that it doesn't really matter what's written. They're going to do what they want to do no matter what, right? So it's really.
And are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
No, but see, the state of the government and where it's heading is that doesn't matter if it's a socialist or a capitalist politician or really what their views are, because everything's already going to happen the way that they want, right?
Well, that's your, but huge ass, that's your opinion though. That's my point about making sure that in the future, we invest our time in getting progressives and even DSA members of the DSA party elected so that we can turn the system into something that actually benefits us.
So then why hasn't anyone done it yet?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You are gobbling down the same script that because it feels like you're paying deference to corporations, and it feels like you're willing to support them. Like, are you opposed to a Medicare for all model?
Yes.
Why? Do you even know why?
Because I don't think it's going to work for everyone.
But you keep saying that. But why? I mean, this is the argument.
Because the main response.
Hang on.
Just asking the question.
Hang on. Hey, I know. I'm gonna give you more context. The reason I asked that question is because of the 10 countries that are similar in how we approach our economies, we rank dead fucking last in healthcare outcomes, but number 1 in cost. So how then would it not work if we invested in a Medicare for all model so that everybody in our country could have access to health insurance? Why do you think that wouldn't work?
Because it's never happened. And you got all these bright ideas. Hold on. You got all these bright ideas that you're saying that should happen to save Americans. Why hasn't it happened yet?
I explained that to you before, but I'm still trying to get you to answer why you think it won't work.
Because it hasn't happened yet.
Thought. We know it hasn't happened. I'm asking
you
why you think.
Has it happened in other countries?
Yes.
And how's that?
They're the ones that are kicking our ass. It's working great, man.
Who's kicking our ass in particular?
Scandinavian countries, Canada, other countries around the world. India's got universal health care. Yeah.
Who literally...
I know where you're going to go with this. I know where you're going to go with this. I know where you're going to go with this. You're going to say wait times.
No, I was going to say the whole reason that Canada does well is because of the United States, first of all. And 80% of Canada is wilderness and nature. You got to think of population as well, right?
That's just
how much population irrelevant. Are you taking care of?
You're making excuses though. You know why I know. Hold on, RC. Hang on a second, bro. Hang on a second. Thank you for acknowledging that you are RC. I appreciate that. So here's part of the game, right? Every single country that has a universal healthcare model, right? Why are they not copying ours? If it was so bad and our system is so good, why are they not copying our system?
Because it works for their country.
So thank you for acknowledging that you are RC. I gave you some more time. I appreciate that, though. Well, it works for our country only because we've allowed it to continue. My argument is, if you want to have a healthier society where we could all save money in a system, I can tell you this. I'll make this statement right here in front of 2,200 people. If you can find me an economic argument against universal health care, I will delete my account today and you will never see me again. That's how confident I am.
Okay, well, I'm not going to have you go through the routes of deleting your account because I'm sure you enjoy this. But
well, again, that's but see, my point is, do you think I would say something like that so confidently if I wasn't sure?
Because Israel was very clever, but also because Israel was willing to carry out the kind of operations that other countries might not do. The kind of impunity with which Israel operated in Gaza without getting any pushback from Europe or the United States carried into Lebanon as well. There were large numbers of civilians who were killed. For instance, in the killing of Hassan Nasrallah, which happened with a very massive bomb dropped on South Beirut. So the assassinations, the pager attacks, etc., were successful, largely because Israel was willing to accept the civilian casualties and the collateral damage that it would involve.
We are not aiming at civilians. We are not aiming at innocent people.
But civilians are dying.
James, you are right. This is the environment we are living in. I would prefer to fight an enemy who prefers to fight me with his weapons and not using his own civilians as human shields.
Oh, shut up!
4 days after the assassination of Nasrallah, the retaliation came, direct from Iran.
Iran has just launched a retaliatory missile attack targeting Israel.
The supreme leader decides to order the Islamic Republic to enter the war again and attack Israel full-blown.
Israel says its air defense is taking out most of the incoming missiles.
نیروهای مسلح ما در 2 شب قبل هم یک کار کاملا قانونی و مشروع بود.
The world is now waiting to see how Israel responds.
This time the Israelis went much further. They took out Iranian missile defenses around Tehran and around some of the nuclear sites.
Tax codes are written for tax cheats. A system where dark money can just fuel politics so that the people who are opposed to transitional change would keep it from changing. And you've allowed yourself to continue to believe it. And that's the weird part. Like, why would you want to go down that road? It's unnecessary. You don't have to do it. You just made a decision to do it. And that's the weird part. It's not that hard. Yeah, RC is a sub. I know. You never do. Popcorn, how are you today?
Hey, what's going on? Give me 1 second. My video's on. Hold on. There we go.
So, all right. Popcorn. Your reputation precedes you a little bit. So please be an adult and have an adult conversation. Okay?
I match the energy in the room. So if you're an adult.
Well, I am an adult. So that's not about me. This is about you. Okay?
Well, there we go.
So what would you like to talk about?
Again, I match the energy.
Like to talk
so
about?
If you want to be an adult, you can be an adult.
Again.
We can talk about anything, but we can talk about immigration and what you guys were just talking about. You obviously can't have universal health care and have open borders. That would never work. It's never going to work.
It's
never
open
worked.
Borders. Popcorn.
Well, we don't anymore, but under Trump.
Popcorn, stop, bro. This is what I'm talking about. You don't get to come in here and just monologue, okay? I would like you to prove to me that the borders were open, and then conversely, tell me now how they're closed. Go.
Well, the borders are considered open if you allow people just to willy-nilly come across. It's not actually like a door that you open up, which I
so what do you mean willy? What do you mean?
I thought I could answer.
What do you mean willy popcorn? What do you mean willy-nilly? What does that mean?
Like come from Mexico and enter America with zero problems, with zero obstacles.
And you know that happens, and you have proof of that, right? Because nobody would make nobody would be that stupid to make a claim like that without being able to back it up. Oh, because
yes, I've seen it when I lived in El Paso.
Okay,
personally.
Popcorn. Popcorn. Hey, popcorn. I lived in El Paso too, and I never saw that.
I did all the time.
Well, I didn't. I didn't. I never saw it.
Well, I guess you should have got out more. So
maybe you should stop using anecdotal examples for your argument.
So
that's my
factual examples based on real life experiences are anecdotal.
Like I just said, I saw my real life examples, factual examples contradict yours. So how do we move the conversation forward?
I don't see how it contradicts. You have your life experience, I have mine. That's what I experienced.
Right.
You can ignore that if you choose to, but that's on you.
Right, but that doesn't help. That doesn't help the issue, though, does it?
But again, universal health care with open borders will never work. It'll never work.
Those are great words, man. So tell me why you think that is. Why do you think? Let's just play your game. Yep. Let's assume in your world that the borders are open. Explain to me how universal health care would not work. Explain it.
Okay, so let's say that you have that system. How much would it cost American taxpayers every year to provide the rest of society within America universal health care? Do you have an estimate?
We provide it now.
Per person, yes.
On average, American households spend between $15,000 and $18,000 a year for health insurance.
Okay.
My model. Hold on. My model would cut that cost in half, and everyone would be insured.
How would it cut it in half, and everybody would be insured?
Because you know what the bulk of our costs come from? Do you know how health insurance works? I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just asking.
I would say that's one of the leading costs for people.
Right. Well, sure, but it's premiums, it's deductibles, it's co-pays, it's out of pockets, right? All those things. So between all those factors, right, that's where the number comes up between $15,000 and $17,000 a year. My argument is to do this. The Medicare for all model is the one that I like. It's the one that Bernie's been talking about for 25 years. You increase taxes between 4% and 6% per taxpayer, but you save money because all those other costs go away. There is no more out of pocket. There is no more deductible. There is no more premium. There is no co-pays for pharmaceuticals. All that stuff goes away. Yes, your taxes go up, but you get everyone covered and you save money. Some of the bigger driving costs for us, Popcorn, as a nation, is the amount of people that we have that are uninsured in our country. You pay now for people who don't have insurance. Why not this model? Save money, and then everybody has health insurance.
Okay, so it seems like that you've gone through this, so I'm sure that you can answer these questions.
I have.
How much would it cost per person?
Wait, bro. Address what I just said, though. Address what I just said. Then we can move to the next part of the conversation. So do you need me to repeat what I just went through for you?
No, I just think that you're imagining numbers in certain places and just taking away, okay, so we're not going to charge for this, or we're going to lower cost and only charge 6% more. I think that you haven't done any math at all. I just think you're just saying words. So if you've done the math, then you can answer how much it costs per person that's paying taxes into a system.
I just told you.
How much is it per person?
I just told you. $15,000 to $17,000 on average. I just told you that. I answered your question.
And roughly how many people does that cover if all the American taxpayers?
We have roughly 110 million people in our country that are either underinsured or uninsured. So we all pay for that on the collective. We all pay for that now. We pay. So when somebody goes to the emergency room, whether they're a non-citizen or a citizen, if we go to the emergency room and we don't have health insurance, you and I pay for that. Did you know that?
We also pay for illegal immigrants that don't have any insurance at all.
Popcorn. That's why
it would never work.
Address the question that I asked you. Did you know that even a citizen or a non-citizen goes to the emergency room now and they don't have insurance? Did you know that we pay for that?
Yeah.
Okay, so then my argument then, we already pay the most out of any developed nation in the world for healthcare. We already pay more than anybody.
Everybody wants to come here. Yep.
Well, no, that's whether or not
everybody wants to come here and get free
popcorn.
Free stuff.
Bro, I'm popcorn. I am giving you space in my live, but you have got to stop when I'm in the middle of talking. Thank you. I appreciate that. My argument is we already have the number one cost of any country, westernized, developed nation on earth. And we have nearly 100 million people that are either uninsured or underinsured. My argument is let's insure everybody and save money. Why would you be against that?
Because there's no way to determine a set number or even a rough number if you don't know how many people are currently in or coming into your country. Meaning, if Joe Biden was still in office and had the borders open, that would add 1 million to 1.5 million people per year that is benefiting from American systems when they're not paying into the system. So to say it would cost 17 or 9, excuse me, I'll let you talk. So to say they're spending roughly 17 or 19,000 now, let's lower that to 10,000. So why not pay 10,000? And how do we get there? By getting rid of illegal immigrants, by lowering cost of prescriptions.
Popcorn. How do we? Popcorn.
That's how you get there. You can't have open borders at the end of the day and then have universal health care. It's never worked. It never will work. So,
bro, you keep saying that it's never worked. Well, we've never tried it, so we don't know if it will work.
So let's change the entire system of the world's greatest
country. Popcorn, can you stop, bro? Stop. Popcorn. Shh. Stop. You keep going back to an argument that doesn't work. And all it does is it points to kind of some bigotry connected to the immigrant community. Specifically, right? There's only a couple of ways in which undocumented immigrants have access to health care. There's a program that's called EMTALA. Do you know what EMTALA is, Popcorn?
Nope. Go ahead.
Okay. EMTALA was a healthcare policy that was passed during Reagan that guarantees it's irrelevant what your citizenship status is. It guarantees that if you don't have health insurance, you still have to be treated. So that includes citizens and non-citizens. So if I didn't have health insurance, for example, and I walked across the street and I tripped over a curb and broke my arm, I would still have to be treated under EMTALA. You pay for that now. We all pay for that now, right? So, Ash, if you want to jump up and join this conversation, let me know. So that's the point. So wait, hold on, Popcorn. No, I'm somebody she worked in the industry. I don't work in the industry. I look at it from a solution perspective. She worked in the industry. That's the only reason. I don't need help in the conversation. Just she could probably answer more specific questions. What I'm saying to you is this. We are already in a, and you haven't answered this question yet. I'm going to try again. Why would you be opposed to having a system on which we already fill in the gaps for many, many people? Why not allow everybody to have health care and we save money as on the individual basis? What would be so wrong with that? You got to unmute.
Oh, yeah, because we don't know the set number at the end of the day. So, yeah. Can you tell me roughly how many people would be covered under this healthcare system?
Everybody.
Everybody. Okay.
Everybody.
And what's the total number?
342 million Americans.
330 million. So let's say that
342. Yep.
Okay. Let's say if like 10 million immigrants come into America over the course of like 5 or 10 years.
Can I clarify something really quick?
So when you do that,
just before you
when you add those people to a system, it's going to drain the system.
Hold on, because where you're
the money that you're paying into will only cover like 80% or 85% of the.
I'm sorry. Can you hear when other people are talking?
I'm sorry. The middle of my sentence interrupts the start of yours. You can take turns.
We were still talking popcorn. First of all, this is my live, so you need to chill,
and so when I'm responding, allow me to finish.
Popcorn. Shh.
Allow me to finish.
You can stop now. You did. So Ash had a clarifying question. Go ahead, Ash.
Well, I wanted to clarify before you got into what you were saying is that EMTALA treats and only stabilizes you if you present at the ER. It doesn't mean that you have to be treated by PCPs or urgent cares even. And that's because if somebody's bleeding out and they can't tell us whether they're a citizen or not, and they don't have identification on them, we would treat them. That it's a policy that's always been around. So just to clarify, this doesn't mean that undocumented immigrants will be just getting free health care. Popcorn.
That's right. And in the ACA popcorn, there's eligibility requirements. So this is the issue that I have right here, right? So you and I are looking at this, and Ash and Ash and I kind of tend to agree, and then you're looking at this from the opposite side of this. So we've got two competing opinions on something. How do we determine the truth? For example, you believe that undocumented immigrants are getting health insurance. My argument to that is no, they're not. There are certain conditions in which they can, EMTALA, for example, and then what states decide. So who's right in that conversation? Popcorn.
I would say that undocumented illegal immigrants are receiving health benefits. I think that you have agreed with that because
I did not.
Yes, you asked the question.
Wait.
If somebody that's not on insurance is crossing the road,
let's clarify. That's EMTALA, bro. Let's clarify. Do you believe that non-citizens are eligible for health care in our country? Yes or no?
At ERs, yes.
Okay, that's different. That's emergency, as Ash just described, right? As Ash just described.
But it's still a part of the healthcare industry, right? It's still a part of the system,
Are you opposed to that, though?
No, but at the same time, when you stay here a year round and you utilize the ER as a doctor's office, then, it puts a strain.
Okay,
but that's already happening. Popcorn. That's not going to change.
Yeah,
Hold on. So what we're proposing won't change that. EMTALA exists. That's a policy. If you don't like that, then I don't know. Talk to Ronald Reagan. I don't know.
Well, no, I think it's fine. It's just inviting people or keeping the borders open in order for millions of people to come in every year and utilize our systems.
Hold on, how would they utilize it? Popcorn, how would they utilize it? You have to, you can't present at the ER for your pap smear. Okay. So you're not, and undocumented immigrants are very rarely showing up at places where they could be, taken. So that's not going to change. You understand that, right?
Yeah, but if they're not paying into a system, then why should they receive universal health care?
Because that's the policy that protects all people. Because if somebody presents at the ER, if you were to get hit by a car and a bunch of people
talking about the ER, I don't care about the ER.
Okay, well then they're not. Then they aren't receiving any federal.
Getting it.
Yeah, they're not getting it.
So who receives universal health care? Is it all Americans or is it just is it everybody in America? Who receives this?
Popcorn, chill. First of all, Mexico has a system of universal health care. So why would someone leave Mexico and come to the U.S. where they don't have access to it?
That's a great question. You should ask them. You should ask them, but they do it. That's crazy. They do it every day
because they want a better life. Anyway,
but I don't see Americans going down to Mexico to utilize their healthcare system. But I've seen the entire world coming to us, and you want to give it away for free. Also,
that's not true at all. Popcorn, that's not true at all. People go to Mexico for dental treatments, for vision. People go to, if you want to stay here, you have got to learn some self-control. So take a deep breath, put your popsicle down, and engage in the conversation. People go to Mexico and Canada all the time for treatment. Americans cross the border. In fact, I live 25 miles from the Canadian border. They talk about it very often, about how people cross into Canada because pharmaceutical drugs are cheaper there. People go to Mexico for vision, for dental surgery. It happens all the time, Popcorn. Here's an opportunity for you to stop thinking that something's not possible and then blaming it on undocumented immigrants when they're not taking advantage of our healthcare system unless it's emergent care. The question then for you is, why would you not want a system where everyone can have insurance and we save money? You haven't answered that question yet. Please proceed.
Why? Because no one is differentiating between Americans and non-Americans when receiving this universal health care.
But they are. They are. So,
Okay.
so can you? How would somebody who is undocumented receive care then? Tell us.
Well, that's what the host just said. He said everybody gets universal health care, which means undocumented
Who qualifies? When he's saying everybody, we're referring to citizens.
Oh, correct. So just citizens. Oh, okay. Well, then.
Correct, man. Like, that's the entire point of the argument, dude. That's been the entire fucking point of the argument. We collectively pay for programs for people who are uninsured now. People in our country who are citizens, who don't have insurance. We pay that cost, bro. We pay it. Why not be in a position where everyone has it and we all pay less as individuals?
Because who's going to manage this system? Look at Social Security.
This would benefit Social Security, and this would benefit Social Security for a couple reasons. So undocumented immigrants actually contribute about $96 billion in taxes.
Yeah, but they also cost us.
Hold on.
Popcorn.
They cost us more.
And then the IRS has unclaimed money at the end of the year. It goes in this I can't remember what it's called. It's called like an excess something account, and that has been helping keeping Social Security funding. But it would just be citizens getting health care. You would pay less. You wouldn't have any cost when you go to the doctor. There would be no copays, no deductibles, no delayed care, no calling your insurance to find out if this is covered. You go to the doctor and the government pays your bill. We're already seeing this with Medicaid and Medicare now, is that when people go to the doctor, their bill is being paid. They're using a third party paying system, but it's coming from the taxes that pay that bill. Do you understand?
Not sure how that's relevant when it comes to who's on this plan, who's not on the plan.
The same way that when you get insurance now, right? So the same way that when I go in.
What do we do for these undocumented illegal immigrants?
What do you mean? What do we do with them?
Do they receive health benefits at all?
I mean, I personally would love that, but no, that's not how it works. They're not documented. They wouldn't have the required documents to get the health care, right? When I go into the ACA, when I go into the Affordable Care Act and fill everything out, I have to show, right, that I'm properly, you go through and you have to show everything. You have to show that you're a citizen. You have to show that you're registered in the system. You can't just go in under a no name and obtain insurance.
Right. And so so I got one question for you guys. If you were to provide universal health care for the entire country, how much would that cost per year?
It's about the same that we're already spending. This is what I'm saying. They've already done the math. You keep asking for like a number. Correct. They're giving it to you. It's a percentage of your taxes.
When you say they, who's they?
People who are really good at math. Okay? People who are really good at math. So we're already
Can you provide
spending.
An example? So can you give me an example?
Yes, the taxes come from a 4% income tax. There's also going to be an employer healthcare tax. So right now, many people's employers pay a portion of their tax. I mean, of their premiums. You pay a portion, and then your employer will pay a portion. So instead of them having to provide insurance to their employers, they would pay a payroll tax, which is going to be usually less than what they're paying. So even businesses are going to benefit from this. And there's some other taxes that you can throw in there, but that adds up to about that. They're saying that single payer would run us about 3.4 to 4 trillion. Right now, we spend about 4.5 trillion in current healthcare spending, but that's due to, like when Steve was talking earlier about all of the, like, your premiums don't even go to pay your healthcare. They're going to pay the CEO of Blue Cross Blue Shield or whatever. If you ask to look at their their financial reports, you would find lines on denials. They have goals where when somebody submits a claim for whatever procedure, their goal is to deny a lot of those claims and keep your money. They're for profit. You hand them over hundreds of dollars every year, and their goal is to keep as much of that in their pockets. And that's why you have CEOs of United Healthcare and Blue Cross Blue Shield who are making millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars a year while people can't afford healthcare.
Right. So are you familiar with TRICARE or the VA?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So how do you feel about the services that the VA provides its veterans versus private healthcare insurance that you receive from your company?
People get really good care from TRICARE. As a matter of fact, their maternal program's great. People have great
VA?
outcomes.
The VA, do you think the VA is providing great service for the veterans?
Okay. Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking.
Well, now we're talking about paying the bill, which is what the government would do, and then you're talking about health care.
Right.
You're talking about healthcare services. So paying for healthcare is not the same, right? That's different than the healthcare you're getting when you go in. So if you're talking about quality of service, we could always improve quality of service, sure. But if we put all of our money into our patients, that's where quality of service is going to improve. Quality of service isn't going to improve when the CEO is buying a yacht with my money.
Right, I would agree that we should go after people that do that kind of stuff. But
sure.
Let me back up. So you're saying that we're spending about $4 trillion. Guy, you gotta let me talk. You got to be an adult here and have a dialogue, host. You have to have a dialogue.
Popcorn, bro.
You have to
We've
let
been having a
people
conversation.
respond.
You have been talking, but stop whining. Stop whining.
So my question is, you're saying that it costs.
Stop whining. Stop whining. Stop your whining.
$4 trillion a year, right?
It's actually more than that. So
okay, so more than $4 trillion. So if you were to put every single
bro, stop talking. I got to put some context on this. Just listen for a second, okay? The model that we want from the reason that I think that there's been some messaging issues connected to this is because people looked at the overall price tag. Bernie's model is roughly between $30 and $40 trillion over the next 10 years. We're tracking to spend closer to $6 trillion annually now, and we can't insure everyone. The Medicare for All model that Ash described for you, we would save cost, we would all save money, and everyone would get insured. So I'm asking you to stop thinking about undocumented people. They're not eligible for this program. Stop thinking of excuses and the lies that you've been told around this, and start focusing on maybe this would be something that might benefit me and others. Now you can proceed. Popcorn, you can unmute.
Yep. So y'all done?
Did you hear what I said?
Yep.
Address that, please.
Are you talking about the one that you just said, or the one like 5 minutes ago that I'm still trying to address? So which one would you like me to cook you on?
To cook me on?
All I did was just explain the model to you, and then Steve just kind of clarified a few points about the cost. We're talking about the cost. I explained that the cost would be less for everybody involved right now who is paying for insurance, whether it be you individually or your business. And then Steve clarified the cost over the course of the 10 years and what we're on track to pay. Are you tracking?
So why aren't we doing that now? As we're
trying.
Today?
We're trying.
Why is it not done today? I know we're trying. Because
our government is in the pockets of elite billionaires who need to continue making money off of us. That's their goal.
And you would say both sides are like that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But right now,
that right there just nukes your entire. Excuse me. That nukes your entire argument.
It
that
doesn't.
right there.
No, it doesn't.
You guys
It doesn't.
just.
It
You
doesn't.
guys just demolished your own argument right there.
It doesn't.
By
it
by
doesn't.
the people
Listen,
that are running this
Popcorn,
system.
shut up.
The people
Stop
that are running
talking,
this
bro.
Listen, be
Stop
quiet.
talking. Listen, you gotta listen, man. You gotta listen. This is the issue that I have with you. This is the issue. This is not predominantly the overwhelming majority of dark money in our government comes to Republicans. We know that. Open secrets, we've got the data. My argument is you are either a progressive or a conservative. There are conservative Democrats who don't want to do campaign finance reform or overturn Citizens United, but the majority of people who support getting money out of politics comes from the Democrats. Status quo Democrats is not democratic socialism. We want a progressive form of government that benefits middle-class taxpayers, that benefits working moms, single parents, families who are struggling. We want the tax debt, the burden to fall more on corporations and rich people as opposed to less. You've not been able to address that, man, because you're hung up on a word. We're just asking you to take a step back and say, like, okay, if the maths, and I can save money and everybody can have health insurance in my country, citizens, then what's the argument against it? You've still not been able to answer that question.
Yes, the argument against it is what you just said. Okay, you just said that we have not done this yet because our government is fucked up and they can't run it. Who's going to run this universal health? Excuse me, why can y'all not let somebody finish?
That's not what was said. Popcorn,
You
stop.
guys
Popcorn, stop.
and
Popcorn,
you interrupt.
stop.
You guys can't.
Stop or you gotta go.
Simply
Stop
can't
or you gotta
debate.
go. Stop or you gotta go.
It's not what was said, bro. That's not what was said.
You
You're
just
not
said that. You literally
listening.
just said that.
You're not listening.
You literally
Not what
just
we
said
said.
it. You literally
No,
just
you
said because
asked
our
a question. You asked you asked what you
So
thought
who's
was
going to
gonna
run this
be
universal
quiet.
healthcare
Be
system that you
quiet.
guys are talking about?
We
Answer the
already
question.
have universal health care. Did you know that? We already do it. We're
Who's
already
going to run
doing
it? Who's going to?
When you
Who's gonna
say
run it?
when you say run it, what do you mean? Run what?
Who's in charge of this universal healthcare system?
The government pays the bill.
Okay.
They pay the
Now,
bill.
why hasn't the government done this yet? And your
Popcorn,
response
stop.
was because the
bro,
government's
you've got to stop. You've got to stop
You
talking,
dog walked
bro.
your dog walked your own
Bro,
point.
okay. Popcorn. Normally I would not carry anybody longer than this, but this is an education for the chat. I am just asking
Well,
you
I'm
to
cooking you. That's
listen.
why you still have me up because you're trying to get your licks in and you can't.
Okay, cool. Cool, gotcha. I'm asking, can you just listen, please? I'm just asking you to
Dude,
listen.
you guys haven't stopped talking the entire time I've been up here.
Bro, I'm just asking you to listen. That's all I'm asking you to do. Can you do that? Can you listen? Thank you. What we are saying is in our system now that has got conservatives in it, the overwhelming majority of money from the lobbies in healthcare, big pharma, all those groups, the bulk of that money goes to Republicans. We see that. That's not to say that conservative Democrats don't get some as well. That's my argument. What I want to do is change the system so that we don't have corporate money funding elections and propping up candidates. I want to outlaw lobbying. I want to overturn Citizens United. We have a system now. All we're talking about is who pays the bill. The question I have for you that you still not answered, I'm going to ask you a different question. Would you rather trust the corporations in healthcare, the for-profit healthcare model that are ripping us all off? And as Ash described, the CEOs of those companies are getting rich on our behalf. Would you rather trust them, or would you rather trust the government who's already doing it to provide insurance for American people? Who would you rather trust?
I think the biggest complaint amongst anybody, left or right, is
Answer the question, please. Answer the question.
I would say the private
Just
insurance.
answer the question.
Yes, private insurance.
You would trust
the government
them.
the hell out
You trust
of
them more.
my pockets.
You,
Yes.
you trust them. You trust them
Yes,
more.
absolutely,
Okay.
100%.
Then you are a disingenuous fucking simp.
This is an ideology. This is a problem. It's an ideology problem. They can't answer it because they're just they've just learned to be against it. Ideologically, I don't know how to say that word. I'm surprised he didn't start saying he doesn't want to pay for just poor people's healthcare. That was coming next.
Yeah, I was going to ask him next about food. Popcorn from the chat. Is food a right? Go ahead. Popcorn, is food a right? Go ahead from the chat. Answer that question. It's real simple. I know you're still down there. Is food a right, Popcorn? Go ahead. We'll wait. Is food a right? You going to answer that question?
We should make a t-shirt.
Is food a right? Thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you very much.
I'm going to drop down.
All right. Have a good day. Talk to you later. All right. Bye. So answer the question, Popcorn. Is food a right? Go ahead. Answer it. We'll wait. Go ahead. Is it a right? American Ninja said food's not a right. Go ahead, Popcorn. Answer the question. Is food a right? This is the debate that we have, right? I know that was painful, but it's necessary because these conversations have to happen, right? Now, when you are faced with a decision, because ultimately this is what it's going to come down to, and thank you, Ash, for explaining it the way that you did. Simple breakdown. We already have a model. The reason I like the Medicare for All model is because it works. Now, the conservative right wants to tell you that all this waste exists in our system. Find me a perfect system where there's no waste and fraud. Just because you disagree with someone does not mean it's fraud. That does not mean it's fraud. Just because you don't like the amount of money being spent on something does not mean it's waste. We have a system. So Popcorn believes that we should continue to trust the for-profit healthcare model. By the way, United Healthcare, they have a line item on their P&L. Most insurance companies do. Claim denial, right? So they build it into their profit center that they're going to deny claims. Okay? So the question then becomes, do you want to continue to trust them, who've been ripping us off for decades as they increase their wealth? $7 trillion we're going to be spending annually on our healthcare. Or would you rather trust a nonprofit entity, which is the government? The government doesn't run on profit. That's not how it works. And they have successfully implemented Medicare, Medicaid programs for millions of Americans. So it's not that complicated. And that's the issue that many of you are running into. See, American Ninja, you're in the same boat as he is. It shouldn't be that complicated. Don't let the words scare you. You've been conditioned to think that this doesn't work because you are unwilling to see the benefit for yourself. At the end of the day, you don't want poor people to have health insurance. You don't think they deserve it. You don't want poor people to eat. I ask dozens of people who are the pro-life crowd who think, I ask a simple question, is food a right? Popcorn, everybody saw you. You can go and smell your own farts and convince yourself that you cooked me. Fine. If that's what you need for satisfaction, bro, if your life is that empty, sure, go ahead. You didn't want to engage because you're not willing to understand. You proved our point when you said you would rather trust the corporations who are ripping you off. And those corporations know simps like you will continue to eat that fucking shit sandwich. Instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to try today to be a decent person. I'm going to try today to be a decent person. And I saw this guy, Fax, and this girl, Ash, and they said that we could save money and our society could be healthier, we could live longer. I'm going to research that. But no, you wouldn't do that, Popcorn. You just want to sit in the same fucking entitled bullshit pedestal that you've been on forever, thinking that the world owes you something. It's pretty sad, man. It's pretty sad. Pretty sad. And you wouldn't answer the question, you wouldn't answer the simple question about whether or not food is a right. Why? Why would you not do that? Why would you not just accept the fact that we have a healthcare crisis in our country because people like you are unwilling to learn? Of course it's not right, American Ninja. Of course not. You could come up and talk to me, but you won't. It's weird though, right? It's weird. Heidi, are you there? Somebody paid, is that true, Jess? Somebody paid Parker $500 to drop popcorn. Okay. Whatever. I don't do pay to kick. That's not my game. No thanks. Some other people in here. Oh, because Parker got cooked. Okay, cool. Walter, how are you?
Good morning. First of all, whoever came up with today's prompt, absolute chef's kiss, because it has been amazing so far. I had a quick question. Would it be most people's, or I guess the general perspective, that democratic socialism is only necessary or mostly necessary because of corporate greed? Like if corporate greed didn't exist, or if corporations or wages kept up with growth and productivity, we wouldn't need the democratic socialism?
I think that's part of it. Unregulated capitalism. That's actually that's hyperinflated the gap between the top and the bottom. We see CEOs getting more money. We see the stock market working against middle class Americans. Yeah, I mean at its core, sure.
Okay, I'm trying to just kind of organize my thoughts on it as well. But obviously, we have all kinds of social programs that make sense to have. Social security and paramedics and police and firefighters and all these things. And so it's like, I don't know, it's kind of logical that we would also have, if we have the right to life, and food is part of life. Sorry, you can hear my dogs playing in the background. If food is, if we have the right to life and food is necessary for life, then it makes sense that food would be a right as well. So,
yeah, that's just logical, though, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well, thank you, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Yeah, appreciate you.
No problem. I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it very much. Oh, and Walter, I owe you a note back. I appreciate you reaching out. All right, let me just check in over here. Real quick, let me make some thank yous out here. Laura, thank you. Let's see, it says, you have UHC and they tried to deny paying for my month-long hospitalization when I was pregnant and had preeclampsia at 23 weeks and I was at stroke level. The doctors couldn't get it under control, but they didn't think I needed to be in the hospital. I don't necessarily know I understand what you're trying to say there, Laura. But thank you for your contribution. I appreciate you. Hector, thank you, bro. They think we can't define terms yet. They call everyone socialist. Schmittler, call this the Do Something train. Thank you for your platform. Thank you, bro. I appreciate you. Hearts in the chat for Hector, please, and everybody who's donated today. Stephanie, thank you. Another bribe from Stephanie. Thank you very much. Amy, thank you for starting the dollar train. I appreciate you. Over here on the CA. All the proceeds, by the way, go to support our cause, getting out on the road for the Do Something tour. Pedro, thank you very much. You're very kind. LaShonda, thank you very much for your contribution. I don't think I thanked you yesterday. Kai, and also to Sydney. You guys are great. I appreciate you. All right. More conversations. It's just it's an opportunity for people just to kind of look at things differently and to get out of your own script, which Popcorn's in. Popcorn's stuck in his own teeth, sadly. Tolto, are you there? Okay, I guess not. Let's see. The Chill Progressive, how are you today?
Hey, how are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I just wanted to know if when Popcorn was up, because I wasn't on the live, if he would consider himself pro-life. Because if he was pro-life, then he would probably accept the fact that food is sustenance to maintain life.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, that would, of course, he would say he's pro-life. But then when asked if food was right, no, because he wouldn't want poor people to eat.
Yeah.
That's the common. That's the common thread.
That completely defeats his argument. So, if you're pro-life and you're only just pro-forced birth, then you're not necessarily pro-life.
Correct. Yeah, I call it pro-control women. That's kind of how I refer to it as these days.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yep. Thanks for jumping in. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Have a good day. It's a great point, right? And I know he's still chirping in the chat, and that's fine. There's an opportunity for you to learn, and you didn't want to. because you are stuck with this script. You kept going back to immigrants. God forbid poor people would get fed. God forbid poor people would have access to health care. You know, and here's the thing about this, Popcorn. As much as I despise your political views, I still want you to have health care, bro. I still do. I still want you to be able to get mental health care, vision, dental, hopefully. If you need dental still, who knows what's going on there? But it shouldn't be that complicated. It really shouldn't be that complicated. You made it complicated because you've got a lot of hatred towards people. And that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Fire breathing, how are you today?
Oh, fantastic. How are you?
Fine, thanks. What's on your mind?
So we're talking about the universal healthcare topic, and my mom is super MAGA, watches Fox Entertainment all day, every day. Anytime we talk about universal healthcare, her argument against it is the wait times. My argument against that is, so what? But what do you think about the wait time issue with universal health care? Is that a thing or is it not?
It's a non-issue.
Right.
It's a non-issue.
Like it wouldn't happen at all, or?
No, the reason I say that is we wait now. Right?
Agreed.
People say, "Oh, well, the emergent care. You don't wait for emergent care. It's triage. You don't wait. Like if you want to go and have knee replacement surgery, it's not emergent. Try getting an appointment here. You know, I've been trying to go see a dermatologist, and they're like, "Yeah, I've got an appointment available in October." Like, we wait now, and people don't have health insurance.
Right.
So it's a non-argument.
True. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
Yeah, I mean, once again, this is the problem. This is powerful messaging from the right. They've taken a statement like universal health care, and I personally think we should be changing it. I'd like to call it patriot health care. If I was running for president in 2028, I would advise them to say, we're going to run on a policy of patriot health care. Right? Just change the fucking script. Everything is the same. The tax system changes. We benefit people. Everybody gets a leg up. Everybody has an opportunity to get health insurance, and we just call it patriot health care. Right? You know, so what's the argument? You've been told that socialism is the enemy. And this isn't even socialism. We're talking about democratic socialism. We're more of a European style of social governance. It's crazy that you fight so hard to resist this. Why? It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you want to resist something that would help you? Because brown people might get it. Oh no, because women might get it. Oh no. Damn. How unfortunate. And here's us on the left, for people like Popcorn. We want you to have health care. We don't want you to have to worry about losing your job and losing your health care. It's not that complicated. It's really not. I don't know why it has to be such a fucking issue for people. Shouldn't be. A lot of people have requested today. I'll try to get to folks. I'll probably just do the show again tomorrow because there's so much more I want to uncover. Unknown user, how are you today?
I'm well. How are you doing today?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Well, look, I'm not a fan of a democratic socialist America.
Why?
It's all about the numbers to me. How much will it cost?
What about the numbers?
How much will it cost?
So let's talk about it. First of all, what do you think democratic socialism is?
Well, I know it's everybody pays in for equity on a certain situation or topic. So if we all want universal health care, mostly pretty much everybody's taxes has to go up to pay for it. It's no different than Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, all these things that we pay for. So we want to pay more. So I'm just saying, how much are we going to pay? If you're telling me that my taxes are going to go up by 10 to 15%, then I have to have a conversation with you.
Okay, sure. So the Medicare for all, so do you have health insurance now?
Yes.
Okay, how do you have it? Through your employer?
My employer, yes.
Okay, so you pay a premium out of your paycheck every 2 weeks, right?
Correct.
How much do you pay monthly?
For a family plan, like $450.
Per paycheck?
I have to, per every 2 weeks. But I have to put the side note. Hold on. Prior to Obamacare, it was almost half of that. So I just want to throw that.
We're not talking about Obamacare, because that's a bit of a talking point the right likes to use. Premiums have been going up across the board for decades. Okay, so you pay $900 a month for health insurance. That Correct. Is then what's your deductible?
The agents, it's 80-20, so my deductible depends on what care I'm getting. It can be $60, $40, $30, $50. It depends on what level of care.
Well, the total deductible before your benefits kick in, right? So is it like $2,000, $4,000? I'm
not on that type of plan. No.
Okay.
So I don't have to pay
you're paying $900 a month. So that's $12,000. That's $12,000 roughly per year. That's just in your premiums.
Correct.
Then you have your deductible. Then you have your out-of-pocket cost and Correct. Your copays. All Correct. Those things. On average, Correct. It costs the American taxpayer between $15,000 and $17,000 per individual annually to cover insurance. Correct. The Medicare for All model, okay, exactly. Thank you, Ash. The Medicare for All model would be an increase in your taxes between 4% and 6%, but the American taxpayer would save between $5,000 and $6,000 a year because of all those other costs that I just shared with you would go away.
Well, and I respect your argument, but that was the same argument when the ACA came along, and
entirely different argument.
No, when it first came out, they listen to me, sir. When it first came out back in 2012, those same arguments that everything will go down, you'll pay less, but yes, we may pay a little bit more. It did not happen. We paid more, and our taxes went up.
It did. No, sorry, it did because what did the ACA do? What was the intended goal of the ACA?
To allow all people have access to healthcare and pay into a system. And they told us that
for people who didn't have it, right?
Yeah,
for people who didn't have it, correct?
Just let me finish. If people paid in, all the people that paid in, it would have went down. But insurance companies are greedy and they just raised the prices, even though everybody was forced to pay in. So if you can control the cost,
my point.
But no, the point is my point. Listen. If you can control the cost, but you're not. You're only talking about paying in, but you're not talking about controlling the cost of service, because the government has no control to tell the healthcare system, the hospital, to say keep your prices at a certain level so everybody can benefit from the down cost of low healthcare. That never has happened.
Okay. Well, friend, the problem is you have the same script in your head that Popcorn has. Do you know what a collective bargain is, sir?
Yes.
What is it?
A collective bargaining, or like a collective bargaining agreement between the employee and the union? Is it a set of agreements that we a set of outline agreements that the employer and the union say that these are how we're going to operate? No dealing in any other contract.
That's one model. But when you have 342 million people in the same system, we the people become the collective bargain. We the people are the ones that drive the costs down. Why do you think the costs are so high now?
Innovation and technology. That's the main thing. R&D.
No.
We pay for it.
It's not the main thing.
You don't.
That's not the main thing, though.
Oh, okay. Well, tell me. I'm listening.
That's not the main reason our costs are so high. Well, there's multiple factors. That's not even close. We pay for people who don't have insurance. We pay for marketing, advertising, promotions, and salaries of CEOs and corporate greed. We have a for-profit healthcare model. Are you okay with that?
Yes, because I have one question to you, okay? And I just want to know if you can answer this question. Prior to the ACA...
So I want to make sure I heard your answer. You said...
Yeah.
Friend, yes, I don't want to talk about the ACA.
No. I'm not talking. I'm not talking about the ACA. I'm just using it as.
So you're okay. Wait a minute. You're okay. You're okay with a for-profit healthcare model?
Yes.
So you understand the things that you complained about is because we have a for-profit healthcare model.
Yes. Can I? If you allow me to use the the ACA as a place marker for time. That's all I'm using it as. Prior to the ACA,
we're not talking about the ACA, friend. We're not talking about the ACA.
I'm not talking about ACA.
No, because but you're using it, friend.
No, I'm not using it as. Okay.
Stop. Please stop. Okay. We're not talking about going backwards. We're talking about going forward. Okay.
You have to look at history to understand how you go forward.
We don't have a comparative though. We have nothing to compare it to because we've never had a model in our country where we had a patriot healthcare model where everyone can be insured. We've never had that in our country. I'm talking about going forward. Wait a minute. Hold on. I want to make sure I understood that you correctly. You are okay with a for-profit healthcare model?
Yes.
Okay. Then how do you expect things to change if the for-profit healthcare model is not helping us? And the things that you are criticizing is because we have a for-profit healthcare model.
All right, so
you should stop complaining about it.
I'm not complaining. I never complain. I pay mine for exclusivity. That's why I have health insurance. So I can go to.
So you're okay with other people not being insured though?
That's not my concern. My concern is I did what I needed to do in my life, me and my family, to make sure that we have.
Got it. Is food a right?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Is food a right?
If you have a right to pay for it, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. See what I mean? You see what I mean? Me. I am totally fine. He literally went through, we had alignment. We agreed on so many things about the broken structure, about the broken system, about how the corporations are ripping us off. We agreed. And then when I asked him specifically, are you okay with a for-profit healthcare model? And he says yes. And then it's about me. What have I got here? Yeah, good call. We're going to have to do a live on healthcare in general. It's really, really important for people to understand the subtleties that have gone on in this conversation this morning. People are selfish, right? Our previous guest thinks that just look, you should look out for your family, bro. But you know what? I'm looking out for your family, but you're not looking out for mine. Exactly, Ash. One accident away. I want people to have fucking health insurance. I believe that food, water, shelter, and healthcare are human rights. The Constitution backs me up. General welfare. Why is it so difficult for people to just be like, you know what? Sure. And because people are so woefully misinformed or uninformed, the reason your costs are so high now, one of the costs that are so high now, is because you pay for people who don't have insurance. Like, god damn, it's not that hard. It's really not that complicated. Just stop being so fucking selfish. My God.
You touched on it perfectly.
Chris, how are you today? How are you today?
I'm doing good, thank you. I just had to let you know, like, you touched on it perfectly. It's always me. I used to have arguments with my aunt, and she was a nurse. And for me, it was mainly about free education, but healthcare too, which is surprising because she's a nurse. But yeah, it was always, I didn't get it, so why should you? And it's like, I have an 18-year-old kid now. I didn't get it, but I want my kid to get it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It's a fundamental difference between people on the left and people on the right these days. Fundamental.
Keep up the good work, buddy.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. You can walk people into the point. Yes, I know popcorn is popcorn, but to me, it is intended to prove a point, right? And again, thanks, Ash, for being part of that. We've got this structural divide around ideology in our country where the people who claim to be pro-life, the pro-life Christians, don't give a fuck about anybody. They don't care about the poor. They don't care about the disenfranchised. They don't care about marginalized communities. They don't care about the infirmed. They don't care about anybody but themselves. That's it. Period. There is no economic argument you can make against a Medicare for all, Patriot healthcare. Then there's no economic argument you can make against it. There is none. There is none. It just doesn't exist. But yet, here we sit, people being so fucking selfish. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Good morning. May I ask you a couple of questions? And I hope Popcorn is still in the audience because he suffers from a 6th grade reading comprehension level. And this is to honestly help him. Dear Steve.
Sure. Yes.
Could you or would you be willing to define universal in context to qualified persons, U.S. citizens, or other qualified persons only? Because Popcorn thinks universal means the entire fucking universe, that anybody can come here.
Patriot Healthcare would provide comprehensive healthcare coverage for United States citizens.
Right. So the term universal is where conservatives get confused, right? And I admit it's a poor choice of words, right? Because we should stick to Medicare for all. Now, here's something for everyone. And everybody does this, so I'm not getting mad at anybody. I'm simply asking, when you use fraud in a conversation, let's make sure we add the proper context. Fraud is a criminal activity of individuals or groups of persons. The system is not fraudulent. This is a talking point that the Republican Party has got America to start shaking their heads yes to. They are trying to tell you the system by nature is fraudulent. That is not true. Fraud is a crime. Crimes happen by individuals and groups of persons. That's it, right? There are other words to describe a system that is illegal or causes harm. One word that comes to mind is Ponzi scheme. That is a system. Popcorn, if you want to know about maths, because it's plural, there's more than one kind, I challenge you this Saturday to come to my live and debate simple mathematics on healthcare. You can define the terms. We each get a timer. All monies raised from this will go to Mr. Wheels to help him offset his copay for his wheelchair. If you are man enough to step up in the box with somebody that does do math on a daily basis, I challenge you. The last guest also, feel free to come. Everybody will get equal time. And we will do it to raise money to help a gentleman who's having copay issues for a wheelchair that he is required to have. So come on, pro-lifers, join us on Saturday. Let's see which one of you has the balls to do it. Now, the other thing that really pisses me off about these people. Oh, well, hold on a second. Hello, Uncle Rusty. You're looking mighty fine.
The gang's back together.
I was going to say I brought Rusty up because I wanted to feel younger.
Wow. Oh, wow. Wow, the disrespect. Holy shit.
Is not unusual. I get it all the time. When you were talking for a moment ago about popcorn, I just wanted to chime in real quick. That guy owes a whole bunch of people, including me, sums of money for losing debates and bets.
Of course.
And will never pay it. And it's, when he'll make a statement and it's, well, I'll bet you $500. Great. And we show him the math and he goes, no, that's not right. So,
of course.
Yeah. No,
but you know what? But Rusty, wouldn't you want popcorn to have health care?
Of course I would. Yeah. I mean, he's, we're all in agreement on this. And And certainly that last guest you had proves the point that we've all been arguing is I don't want health care for me. I want it for all of us. And he's in the, nope, me, group. And as long as people do that, capitalism will constantly con them. And we have a hard time presenting actual facts and numbers and then believing it because they can't get past their selfishness.
Correct.
But, absolutely. And, is there does Wheels have a GoFundMe?
Yes, it's on his profile.
Is it? Okay.
Yes, it's on. Yeah, and we're gonna put it into. I'm gonna add the link tree. I got to reach out to him. He messaged me yesterday. I didn't get a chance to call him. So Ryan, if you're in here, I'll call you when I'm done today. We can talk. Yes, we're gonna do that. Our friend, Mr. Wheels needs a new wheelchair. I know the community stepped up for him a lot yesterday. We're trying to get some more information, and we'll post his GoFundMe. It's in his profile, and we're also going to put it in my link tree as well. So we'll get him there.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to Wheels in 5-6 days. So I didn't know if it was up in his link tree, but I'll double check that. So but yeah, I have no doubt, Obi, that you will mop the floor with popcorn. But let's make sure that any donations or any monies raised is not going through him at all. Because Wheels will never see it.
Right. No. My first stipulation is that we need an arbiter third party. He has to pay.
I'll do it.
So at a minimum, popcorn, you have to put up $100 before I will give you my labor for free.
Correct.
So it starts at $100. For every 30 minutes that we keep you on the live, it's $100, and you have to pay it or you get kicked. Yeah, people aren't going to pay to kick him. He's going to pay to go to school. And this, for me,
he's going to pay.
Is going to be fucking exciting. Yes.
Yeah, it's tuition.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
And by the way, humble brag, I teach my first MBA student graduate course next week.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
Thank you.
That's hot. That's
Thank
so
you.
hot.
And it's going to be
Steve,
ready,
calm
Steve.
down.
Steve, I'm in public, so I can't do anything. It's going to be on embedded finance.
Ooh.
Yeah. That's right, ladies.
All this sexy up here right now. All
Embedded
and
finance.
And brain power, too.
Yeah. Also, embedded finance and the gig economy. Ladies, try to control yourselves.
You got three white-haired, grumpy old men talking about the gig economy. Ooh. Could it get any hotter than that?
Well, I do have a way to make it hotter.
Uh-oh.
Now, if this were a private tutoring session, I'd be in my red boxer briefs and chaps teaching embedded finance and gig economy. Calendars available on Fax's website coming this Christmas.
That's
right, ladies.
Did you say you would do that in private?
Yes.
Rookie.
Well, I don't think in front of university students that would be advised.
Yeah, that's what makes it so entertaining, though.
Okay.
It's okay. Everybody's got to begin somewhere, Obi.
That's right.
Now, listen.
Thank you. Yes.
Seriously, though, for those who are listening and are members of the Discord, I did write an academic paper on why food is a human right. It's in the Sam is going to yell at me because she told me where to put it. I hope I put it in the right place. I think it's called the resources folder. So if you're interested in having a free academic paper to help you argue with people, join Discord and go use it and enjoy it in good health. Ash, it was awesome seeing you up here. You two need to do that more often with the healthcare stuff. That is super fun to watch. Rusty, as always, it's amazing to see your face, even when you don't show it.
As a face for radio, as they say.
That's exactly right.
Right. Yeah,
I'm leaning toward face for cave paintings.
Ooh,
that too. That works.
With or without a loincloth?
Yes.
Hey, before you hang on, see if I can find something here before you leave. I don't know.
Oh no!
I have to go back in time a little bit here.
Into the archives.
Do I even still have it? Into the archives.
Is it in your Funkin'? Is it in your Funkin' Wagnalls encyclopedia?
Ooh.
No, it's in my special spicy time when I want to be alone with myself and my thoughts of your chapness. I pull that up.
Obi, for you and I, it would be more like a Thomas guide, perhaps.
Oh, bro, I miss Thomas guides.
I do too.
Hold on, I don't know if I can find it. I don't want to delay too much longer. I'm going to give it like 10 seconds, and if I can't find it, we're going to move on. But
don't worry, ladies.
That's the name of your sex tape, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what? Whatever. It's gone. Can't find it. Sorry. Leave them wanting more. Anyway, thank you both. I appreciate you guys. Get that.
Love you.
Love you, brother.
Goodbye. Boot to boot to boot.
Bye.
Whee!
Gotcha. Hold on. Do it again.
Whee!
Okay. Anyway, the point of this conversation that I think we've all noticed this morning, I did not expect it to be this controversial. I'm going to do it again tomorrow because you saw it, right? You guys saw it in real time. People in our country don't think that food is a fucking right. People in our country believe that as long as I'm taking care of myself, fuck everybody else. And then you pull on that thread, you ask the next question, are you a churchgoer? Are you a Christian? Sure am. Really? Are you so concerned about waste, fraud, abuse? Then your phone call should be to the Pentagon, because the Pentagon spent more money in September, the end of the 2025 fiscal year, than it had in any other year since 2008. A good chunk of the budget wasn't used for anything that could be considered a pertinent military expense. The Defense Department burned through $93 billion in that month alone, signing checks left and right in order to dry up its congressionally allocated money, according to a recent analysis by the government watchdog Open Books. There is pressure to spend. If federal wage agencies don't use the entirety of their budgets by the end of the fiscal year, then they lose access to that cash forever, potentially putting themselves in a situation where they have to request a reduced budget the following year, but the Pentagon's long list of luxuries is hardly defensible. Some of the frivolous purchases included $98,328 for a Steinway & Sons grand piano for the Air Force Chief of Staff's home, $5.3 million for Apple devices such as the new iPad, an astronomical amount of shellfish, including $2 million for Alaskan king crab, and $6.9 million worth of lobster tail. Lobster tail is apparently a favorite of Mr. Hegseth. That department spent $7.4 million on lobster tails in March, May, June, and October. In addition, they dropped $15.1 million for ribeye steaks in September alone, and $124,000 for ice cream, and $139,224 on 272 orders of donuts. That's totally fine, though, I'm sure, right? Cool. $93 billion. That'd go a long way to help subsidize healthcare now, wouldn't it? I'm sure you guys are totally fine with that, though, aren't you? Yeah, I can guarantee you are. Where's Doge? Yeah, exactly. Hi, Ari. How are you? Ari? Hello? Hi, Ari. Ari? Ari? You can request again if you want to come back up, friend. Yeah, I'm not fine with it either. Why should anybody be fine with that? But again, people are arguing against something that would benefit them. Wild. Sacred, how are you today?
I'm good. How you doing, Steve?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I just wanted to point out that I love how all these MAGAs think they're so self-sufficient because they can afford groceries. Well, what happens if the people stocking the groceries or growing the groceries, you're dependent on those people, you idiots. Like, it's a society.
It's a
We're all
fair point.
dependent on each other. I don't have very much else to say. I just like, it's so ridiculous. I had to point it out. Like, that's what a society is. You know, one person does this, one group does this, one group does that. Like, we're all dependent on each other. And then you said the thing about the $93 billion, and I was just over here like, what the actual fuck?
I know. Priorities, right?
But it's so much that we want everybody to have food and shelter. That is radical. That is ridiculous.
Apparently so. I know. It's so fucking radical.
It's just so fucking ridiculous. Oh, and one thing I'd also like to point out for these MAGA people is that Jesus was not part of the church. Back in his day, they called him a radical and a heretic. He was trying to stop the church from taking more power. He wanted us to feed our neighbor, love our neighbor, help. So none of them are actually following the example of the person they supposedly worship. He did not want people to worship him. He just wanted people to follow his example. That's it. So it's just, all of it is such utter ridiculousness.
Thank you for your perspective. Thanks for jumping in today. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Have a good day. Be safe
Have a
out
good
there.
day, Steve.
All right,
Bye-bye.
All right, take care. All right, bye. Yeah, and it's one of those things that Golf has a lot to say. Golf AZ has a lot to say. People mocking democratic socialism. Many of you don't understand what it is. Maybe if you tried to learn something. You know, don't. I mean, words are scary. I understand. I would be scared of them too. I mean, I get it. You don't have to be scared. You can just try to learn something and say, you know, that actually might make my life better. If not my life, because I'm selfish, it might make somebody else's life better. Well, as long as they're not brown, as long as they're not queer, as long as they're not disabled, because if they are, then fuck them, right? Because that's what it comes across as. You guys get hung up on this shit for no reason. Stop being so goddamn selfish. It's not that hard. It's a choice. Heather, how are you?
Hey, how are you today?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I'm genuinely just curious. Who is eating all this steak and lobster? Like, seriously, or is he feeding the military? Where is all this food going?
That's a good point. That's a really, really good point. I mean, Pete's probably throwing keggers. You know, they're probably doing keg stands, and you need a little steak and lobster tail to make things work out. It's a really good point.
But I mean,
Pentagon.
$5 million. I mean, that is just such a mind-blowing number to me. I heard that yesterday. I was like, there's no way that is.
I know, right?
Wow. Anyway, that's all I know.
I know. Well, thank you, Heather. I appreciate it. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's a great point. I mean, $98,000 for a Steinway grand piano for the Air Force Chief of Staff's home? But I'm sure that's nothing to see here, right, MAGA? But Minneapolis, but daycare centers. Okay. No problem. That's fine. Nothing to see here. This conversation's been great because I think it's exposing some of the things that we're fighting for. When we talk about do something, we're talking about making sure that the most vulnerable in our society are propped up because of the things that we should be that we take for granted, right? You know, people who the alphas, the Jim Bros, the Phil Bros that are out there, right? They feel like they're just invincible. And when you're 18 to 25 years old as a dude, you feel that way. Sure. Why do you think 18-year-olds are considered targets for the military? Of course you feel that way. But you don't think past that, right? You've never had to go through a situation where your child is fighting for their life with cancer, or somebody's disabled, or you get an unexpected life tragedy, or you get in a car accident, or whatever that might be. You don't ever think about those things. We do, which is why we want the basics, food security. I am tired of my taxpayer dollars going to support endless wars. I am tired of $93 billion being spent at the Pentagon, a government agency who hasn't passed an audit in a fucking decade. And we have people on the conservative right, the pro-life right, who don't think that food is a fucking right. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? So you're going to look at somebody who's starving and say, I'm sorry, if you can't afford that, then I guess you're just going to wither away and die. That's so nice. That's so pro-life of you. It's wild. Ardot. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
So I just wanted to give a couple of points. When you guys were talking about the ACA, it was so much more than just giving people access to insurance. It actually ended lifetime maximums. Okay, so we used to have lifetime maximums where it's like it didn't matter if you had Aetna, Blue Cross, United Healthcare. Once they paid out a set dollar amount, you were done. You never had coverage again after that. It didn't matter if you got it through an employer. It didn't matter if you bought it privately. You were done. You could not be covered. So that was one of the biggest things that the ACA did. And then beyond that, it ended the pre-existing conditions terms that insurance companies used to have. So they would, deny coverage because they would say, oh, you had a mole? Well, we're not going to cover your skin cancer now. There was a huge case about that on the news many, many years ago before the ACA, where that had happened to a lady. She had she was born with a mole, and the insurance company went back and said, oh, well, we're not covering your skin cancer now. And they would just let people die. So the ACA did so much more other than just allowing access to insurance, right?
Absolutely did.
The other thing...
Absolutely.
Yeah. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is one of the major things that drives up costs that insurance companies do, right? So when you have your insurance and you go, okay, I want to find a provider who's in network. What does in network mean? It means that the provider has accepted a contract with that insurance. That insurance in turn pushes patients to them because they say, well, you can go see this provider. In the background, what happens during billing is that there are your charges for procedures that you have done, and then the insurance takes a discount off of that. The provider doesn't actually get paid the full amount that they're billing for. The insurance contract says we're going to take X amount of dollars off of that for this procedure, and they have it for every single billing code. And so then what happens is the next year when the contracts go up for renewal, the insurance company will say, well, we want more of a discount because we have extra costs that we need to pay, which is typically the CEO's wages. And so then the provider gets paid less. What happens then? The provider needs money to be able to keep providing services. So they raise the cost of their charges, which guess what happens? Our premiums go up because everybody's raising their costs. That is what's happening in the background. So I just wanted to point that out.
It's a great point. The pre-existing conditions one is a massive one. That's a big one. And again, I appreciate that breakdown. We can't go backwards, right? We know that the ACA solved a problem I'm currently on. I'm paying significantly more for my healthcare since Republicans decided not to extend the benefits and the subsidies. So yes, we want to fix it. Thank you for that breakdown, Ardad. I appreciate you for being here. Have a good day. Be safe out there. It's a great point, but it doesn't matter to the pro-life crowd because they see the word. Like, you could literally just block out Democratic. You could just have that up there and they would lose their fucking shit. Patriot healthcare. And that we haven't even gotten into the economic code about how I believe in the underpinnings of our society about paying people more protections for unions, more time off. These things are wild concepts to conservatives because they don't want to share. They believe that they are the only house on their street. That's how they act. I don't give a fuck about anybody else as long as I'm getting mine. I have never thought that in my entire life. So I struggle when people still believe that. Like, what the fuck are you holding on to, and why? Like, why? Don't you understand that the society as a whole is better, that your life is better too? Good morning, making magic with you. How are you today?
Good. It's Wendy, Steve. Changed my name.
Hi, Wendy. How's it going? Oh, you did. You sure did. Hi, Wendy. Good to see you again. How's it going?
It's going good. Good. Going back to school at 55.
Good for you.
Starts
Congrats.
today. Yes. So I was listening to you with Popcorn, and I don't think the conservative party, whatever you want to call it, understand. I am in the system. I struggle. When you go to your state and you apply for whatever you're seeking, whether it's SNAP, medical assistance, cash assistance, whatever, I don't think they understand, if you've never gone through it, the amount of citizen documentation that you have to provide. Your birth certificate, pay stubs, social security number, and all this. If you are not a citizen, you do not benefit. They will say you don't qualify for anything.
Correct.
And like you said, the EMTALA is a one-time thing. It's not means that you're covered for your insurance now. It just means, like,
correct.
If you fall, they're going to treat the cut and say, here's some Tylenol. Bye-bye.
Good luck. Exactly.
And it blows my mind that, maybe if you get universal, call it Citizens United Healthcare. When you throw the citizens in it maybe that'll change their point of view when you actually say citizen, because wording is it's how you word things with them. Because, like, if you change it, I don't know. I want the time on.
It's a fair point. No, it's a fair point. It's a fair point, and I agree. I mean, it's just a fundamental difference in how we see, how we approach humanity. That's why it frustrates so many of us when we have these conversations, especially the people who scream the loudest. The pro-life crowd don't give a fuck about life. Right. They don't. They care about controlling women, full stop, which is the push behind the SAVE Act, full stop.
It's like, I had an opportunity to change jobs. I can't change jobs because I have good health insurance through the employer I'm at now. So that means if I take this job, I have to wait another year. So there I would be without health insurance. So the system makes you stuck in places that may not be good for you, but you have to weigh out, well, I have insurance. So if you have universal health care and you find a better job, you don't have to worry about losing a benefit package. You don't have to worry about losing your health insurance. You can go to that second job, make more money, get more things. And by the way, the UK, they get a month off. When I sold Disney trips, I would sell to people in the UK, and the UK get a month off. And they got really good Disney discounts. So
and lots of other countries have even more progressive approaches to it, about maternity leave, paternity leave, family leave. I mean, this is, and they force you to take your PTO time. They force you to take your 5 weeks vacation. Yeah, these things are all, this is what we should have. There's no reason we can't. But thanks for jumping in today, Wendy. Good to see you, man. I appreciate you.
No problem.
Have a good day. Be safe out there. Cookie brings up a good point in our chat about life before the ACA. People want to complain about it all the time, but there were tens of millions of Americans that did not have access to health care. We know that, and we know compromises had to be made because the Romney care was the model for the ACA, for Obamacare at the time. And thanks for calling that out, Cookie. The fight to get that passed, and it's far from perfect, but it's much more popular now. And by the way, 58% of participants on the ACA are in congressional districts that voted for Donald Trump in 2024. So the numbers tell you that it's beneficial. And I don't even want to talk about improving the ACA, quite frankly, because I don't want little bites of the apple. I want the whole goddamn fucking orchard. It's amazing that we are still in this fight, though, over the same things. People just don't get it. And the same thing that's holding us back is this conservative mindset, right? What are you trying to conserve? Goddamn fucking things. What are you trying to conserve? The conversation where I forget who the guest was, but the person who said he doesn't give a shit about others, he was complaining about the same things that we complain about. Corporations getting rich, and then he's like, yeah, but I'm fine with corporations in a for-profit model. What? Do you hear how fucking ridiculous you sound? Does none of that matter to you? Like, what? How can anybody be okay with a for-profit healthcare model? That is the reason that we are in the system, the crisis that we're in. It is a full-blown fucking crisis in our country. The richest nation on earth. We can spend $1 billion a day for another fucking war. Innocent loss of life. Innocent loss of life. We can spend $1 billion a day on that. We can spend $93 billion in 1 month so the Pentagon can throw parties with lobster tails, steak, candles, and pianos. But food isn't a right? We can't afford health care? So they're estimating it's $1 billion a day for this war. I did a breakdown. Actually, let me go back and check on this. Like, how much would $28 billion give us? Let me see if I can still find it. Okay, this is just the impact on what $28 billion would do. $28 billion, of course, would not overhaul the entire system, but it would ensure 3+ million people, prevent rural hospitals from closing, expand mental health access nationally, and reduce prescription drug costs for millions. Anybody have an issue with any of that? Popcorn would argue against it. Conservatives would argue against it. $28 billion, too small to transform the entire system, but large enough to materially affect specific populations. $28 billion is roughly equivalent to eliminating the enhanced ACA subsidies for a year. $28 billion. And that's what we're spending. You add the $93 billion that Keg's breath blew on fucking pianos and steak and lobster tail and whatever else. That's $130 billion that would change the American healthcare system so significantly that it would be a day that we would all fucking celebrate. But no. We can't do that now, can we? Let's just continue to be lied to. Let's continue to spend money overseas, but not here at home. Hey, brother, how are you?
Good. How about you?
I'm all right, man. What's going on?
A couple things. Man, there's a lot going on today in your life. Wow. I texted you a screenshot of something for you to put in the background if you want later on. Yeah, first off, the money that we're spending on the war and lobster tails, I love a good lobster tail, but damn, how many homeless people could that have fed? How many low-cost housing could that have built for people who are houseless? All that stuff. It's just a waste of money. We always have money for wars, but nothing for the poor, just like Tupac said. You know, it's crazy. But the reason why... Oh, go ahead. Yeah, the reason why I jumped in was... You're right. Thank you. The reason why I jumped up for the healthcare is I'm sitting here right now at my day job because I can't leave because the healthcare. So I have my nephew who's 21 running my business as my partner because he's on his parents' insurance till he's 26. So he doesn't need a job. We're working together because he has the ability to work our business while I get stuck on my 40-hour-a-week job because I need to stay for my healthcare. That's another thing from the ACA. 26 years old. He's getting married in June. He can stay on his parents' health care even if he's married, which is saving him money to be able to go and grow a life. So That's one thing. But anyway, so with the healthcare, this is for popcorn. I'm very good at being an average person. I am not the brightest bulb in the drawer, but if I look at my healthcare, which I just did before I started talking to you, my family plan for my wife and I is $520 every 2 weeks. That comes out to $13,500 in premium. Then my deductibles.
Yep.
Then my deductible is $1,800 for both of us, and the total out-of-pocket max is $7,500. So I have destroyed my insurance over the last few years I was healthy until I wasn't healthy. Is basically what happened. Mm-hmm. So I'm still paying off stuff from 2-3 years ago, but the total payout, if both my wife and I use our max, is $22,820. Now. And that's not even with my kids. My kids are on Medicaid because they were adopted through foster care. I couldn't even imagine what it would cost if we had 3 kids on my insurance. So that's the only way we're surviving at this point, is that we get free healthcare for them. But if America taxed me at $10,000 a year, I would still come out ahead.
Correct.
That's basic math, Correct. People. Like, you need to get a Correct. Whiteboard, or you need to do like what Unlearned 16 does, the Canadian teacher who schools everybody. She puts everything on the chalkboard. You need to start doing that, because these people can't visualize math.
It's a really good idea. I mean, we should probably do a series of videos on breaking it down. It's a really good idea. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's a maths argument. It's a social argument. It's a morality argument. It's hard to beat it.
Shit, call it Trump care. I don't care. Just change it and call it Trump care. I don't care at this point.
Me neither. I could care less. You're absolutely right. Thanks for jumping in, bro. I appreciate you very much. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
You too.
He's right. It's the fucking model. I mean, it's not complicated. They're just words. Okay? They're just words. They're literally just words. All right? Let me just little reminder, friends, maybe we can get above 7,200 today. We can target that. You guys continue to engage in the live. If you've not yet joined our team, please do so. Keep tapping and clapping. I'll be right back.
Facts still matter, so stand up, lean in. You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true, or make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
To me, this whole thing,
it starts with you.
This whole thing really, it comes down to a basic fundamental truth as we're talking about healthcare specifically, right? It's, do you trust the government to manage it, or do you trust the corporations to manage it? I don't know if it could be any more simple than that. And from my perspective, right, we have got the government, first of all, this is again education. Our government is not for profit. People think the government runs, that's why they say, oh, put Trump in charge, business, buck. It's not a business. It's not a for-profit entity, okay? It's not. They take our taxes, they use our taxpayer dollars to pay for shit. That's how it works. It's non-profit, right? We've got a model. We've got 2 models. We've got Medicare, Medicaid system, and we've got the VA. Those are models where the government manages the payer, right? I support the collective bargain. Again, unions. Hearts in the chat for union members, right? The more people you have participating in the same system, the more power and leverage you have, right? So, yeah, good point, Blue. The administration is certainly profiting. They themselves are profiting. That's a really good point. Otherwise, the alternative is to go the way that we've always gone, which is greedy corporations who are gouging people, who are just raising our costs arbitrarily for whatever reason. To pay for what? To make balloon payments to their executives. Okay? It's one of the reasons I left the industry that I was in, because it's like, this is fucked up. Once again, United Healthcare. Thank you, Luigi. Most insurance companies, line items on their P&L, claim denial. It's like a 25% cost profit center. Imagine that. We're going to build this in, report out to our shareholders. We're planning on denying 25% of our claims this year. You want that group of people in charge of your health care? The people that are in it for profit? I think the number's like, I think it's like $6+ trillion by the end of next year that we pay into our health care every single year. So over 10 years, that'd be $60 to $70 million. Bernie's Medicare for All model is around $40 trillion. So we save millions, billions, trillions of dollars, and we all get insured. Now, it's not nirvana. I understand. There's problems with every single system. But for people to say we can't do it, you're the same people that trust corporations, that we can't afford it. You're the same people who are cheering on a war right now, that we can't have it. You're the same people that are advocating for corporations and billionaires to get more fucking tax breaks. Make it make sense. It fucking doesn't make sense. That's the issue. Because there's got to be a willingness for people to say, okay, it's a scary word. I don't know why I'm afraid of it, but I'm afraid. Hi, Kelly. How are you?
Hi, Steve. This is my first time on your live, but I watch every day. Love you.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Thanks.
So I just wanted to share my experience. I worked for a very, very large health corporation. My job was a senior analyst, and what we did was go through claims and cut as much as we could to save the company money. We would have biannual meetings where the president would come in and say, oh, we saved, and I'm talking billions of dollars. I ended up leaving the job because I couldn't do it anymore. I mean, I was denying cancer treatments, and I don't know if people are aware that this happens with the insurance companies, that they are looking very hard to cut whatever they can to not pay. So sure. I was one of those people, and I there's days that I left in tears. And I finally decided I can't do this anymore. It was rough. So I just want people to be aware that this is happening. This happens behind the scenes. So.
Yeah, and it happens every single day. And it's people like you and it's others who are the ones that suffer. And yet there's still tens of millions of Americans who think that we should keep the power in the hands of the people that are gouging us now. So that's a wild, that's a wild concept. Yeah.
To sit there and listen when they say billions. Well, we say, and they're just so proud that they save billions screwing over people.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks for jumping in, Kelly.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You did great. You too. I appreciate you. Take care. All right. Okay, he's back. We'll try again. Maybe not. Listen, it should not be that complicated. It's a choice, right? It's really a choice. And this is the plea that I have for people that are on the right, because there's millions of us, people on the left, people who believe in progressive taxation policies, who believe in a stronger social safety net, who believe that public education should be free, from my perspective, not free, taxpayer funded. We want your lives to be better. We are the ones that are looking out for you. Blue states now pay your bills. Blue states now want to protect your access to health insurance. Progressive liberal voters care about your children's access to education going forward. We care about those things. We want those things for you too. It's your party that is saying we shouldn't be funding blue states because of waste, fraud, and abuse. Well, guess what? Your red states would not exist without blue states. We pay your fucking bills. We do. We pay your bills. Do you not care about that? All right. Do you want to try again? Do you want to try again?
Yeah, I want you to define the difference between socialism and democratic socialism.
I have all day.
So just do it again.
I've already done it like 5 times. Were you not listening?
So just make a clear, distinct difference so we can all understand what's different between socialism and democratic socialism.
You still have not defined socialism. So until you do that, no.
Why can't you? Why can't you define the difference?
I've, again, asked you to define socialism. You have not done that yet. So until you do, the conversation's not going to go forward.
Why can't you define the difference? You're hosting the live. You can just say, this is what socialism is.
I've already done it. I've already done it.
Are they different?
I've already done it. They are different.
What's the difference?
Tell me what socialism is.
What's the difference?
Tell me what socialism is.
If you're saying they're different, then you're saying you already have a definition for both. So just let us know the definition.
You don't know what socialism is, RC.
Okay, let's pretend that I don't. Let's pretend that I don't. Let's say that I'm someone that doesn't know what socialism is. So define it and then explain how it's different from democratic socialism.
So tell me what socialism is.
Why don't you ask your team that's working for you so they can write you the definition so you can read it for everyone?
They don't need to. They don't need to. It's not about a definition, my guy.
It's
about a system that. So then tell me what it is.
You have the term democratic socialism above you, and it is the same thing as socialism, by the way. Like, spoiler alert.
Not.
So what's the difference?
So then tell me what socialism is then. Tell me what socialism is.
You're like an insufferable human being. You really are.
You just told me that you just told me they're the same things. Then tell me what the definition is, RC. If you just told me it is,
you're the one hosting a live saying democratic socialism will save America. So explain to us how it's different from socialism.
RC, you're the one that just said they're the same thing. So tell us what it is.
You're the one said that it's different. You said that it's different. So explain how it's different.
Prove to everybody how smart you are.
If someone called themselves, let's be clear, if someone called themselves a democratic Nazi, would you be like, oh, that's different from being a Nazi, right? No, you would think it's being a Nazi, right?
You are the one that just said.
Is being a democratic Nazi different from being a Nazi?
You are the one that just.
Can you answer that question? So can we just put democratic in front of everything and then just make it sound less bad?
Once again.
What about democratic fascism?
You are the one that said they're the same thing. You are the one.
You said they're different. You said they're different. So explain the difference.
Tell us.
You're the expert. You're the expert proposing we should be a democratic socialist country. So explain the difference.
Tell us what socialism is, RC.
No, I said I don't know what it is. So explain it. Define it to me and everyone in here, so we know what socialism is and how it's different from democratic socialism.
You said they're the same thing.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe they're not. Can you tell me how they're different?
So which is it? So do you know or do you not know?
I don't know. Can you explain how it's different?
The system that I want, RC, is affordable health care, affordable college, a tax code that works for the middle class, corporation paying their more fair share, and then industries that are regulated so the corporate capitalists are not ripping us off.
Those are things you want.
Democratic socialism is to me.
And how is that different from socialism? How is that different from socialism?
Wait. Hold on. I answered your question.
No, you didn't.
You answer.
I didn't say, how do you want the country to look? I said, how is it different from regular socialism?
You're the one that said it's different. So I need you to tell me now what socialism is.
You're an insufferable human being.
So you can't answer it, can you?
I can answer the question, yes.
Then answer it.
Yeah.
Then answer it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Answer it. Go ahead.
So when I tell you what socialism is, and then you're going to spend the rest of the time monologuing about how my definition is wrong.
Just answer it.
So when I answer it, let's be clear. I'm going to give you a definition. I'll give you a one-sentence definition.
Just answer it.
Okay. And when I do that, Can you tell me how that's different
Go ahead and answer
from democratic socialism?
Go ahead and answer it. Go ahead and answer the question.
If you agree to my terms, I'll define the terms.
Just answer it.
If you agree to my terms, I will define socialism.
This is my house, Cupcake.
I'm not part of the LGBT. Don't call me a cupcake. Okay, I'm not part of your community.
Oh, got it. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Not part of my community. I don't know what community that is, but I'm straight. Just so you know, I know you're jealous. I know. Listen, bro, there's an application for the throuple if you want to join, but where it starts is you've got to be smart. Okay, you've got to be smart. So your application for the throuple has been denied permanently. Okay, just so we're clear. Appreciate that. I know you love the attention. I get it. I understand. Next time, though, keep your camera off. Not a good look. Get outside. How are you today?
Okay, hang on. I might have to use my mic for a second.
Whoa, bro. What the fuck? Holy shit, man. Jesus Christ. You can unmute. If you're going to join a live, just a little tip, be in a position where you can join the live and not have it explode in the host's ear. Okay? Are you going to unmute your mic, bro? Yes or no? He's making videos of me because he has a crush. I know. I know he is. Get outside, bro. Are you gonna come off mute? Brother, come off mute so we can have a conversation. Yes or no? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good day. Request again if you want to talk. Now, I know people want to troll, and I get it. But, you know, if I've proven that I'm willing to have a conversation with anybody, what's going on here? RC made a video. RC, did you make a video already? Bro, that is so sweet. It's not gonna listen, I'm honored, man. I really, really am. But like I said, my throuple applications, it has to start with a couple of questions. Like 2 plus 2. What else have I got? And then depending on how you answer, that might happen. But, you know, I knew that you were eventually going to go to the insults, which is typical for people who can't have a conversation that's rooted in any kind of fact. See, I answered your questions, and I've been answering them all morning about the system that I would like. System that would then fall under what is deemed democratic socialism. You couldn't do that. So instead, you just wanted to come up and stare into my eyes and allow the trance to work. And now you're going around making tribute videos. That's fine, bro. That's totally fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. I know you want to live in the gotchas. That's totally fine. I get it. I understand. Totally understand. Now, listen. If you want to subscribe to my OF, go ahead. I don't have an OF. I'm kidding. It's so fucking wild, bro. Like, why would you bother even coming up and having that kind of conversation? It makes no sense, dude. Makes no sense. Hi, Deb.
Hi. Let me see. Okay.
Yes?
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to, the company I worked at was purchased by a European private equity company. And I was diagnosed with breast cancer. The difference is night and day. I was diagnosed, and it was a small lump. And so I was offered a mammocyte instead of like the 7 or 8 weeks of burn you to death radiation. And I went in, they placed a mammocyte in. I had radiation through this mammocyte. It was 1 week. The second thing I experienced was the doctor said, instead of chemotherapy, if we examined the lump a little further to see how aggressive it was, then it would determine whether I had to have the chemotherapy. And it was just in the range where I didn't have to have the chemotherapy. It was just so much different than if I would have worked for the company that purchased us later. I would not have had that conversation at all. I was just given the freedom that a lot of people would not have been given if it was an American private equity company.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know anybody that doesn't go through chemotherapy when you have breast cancer. But I told him I did not want it. Is there any way that we can avoid it? Because, you know, the lump was like the size of an eraser on a pencil. And I just thought it was so unnecessary. It was nowhere else, not in any lymph glands. And I thought, why would I have to go through all this? And I discussed it with the doctor. And then I called our HR guy, because we are a pretty small company. And he said, well, let's just ask, because corporations are self-pay. I mean, they are paying your medical bills, and they pay, you know, whatever big corporation to handle the paperwork for them. He said, well, let me see. And so they, you know, called and they went, yeah, whatever healthcare method she prefers. And it was my decision, basically.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, I know the treatments have I'm sorry you're going through what you went through. My mother, who passed away of breast cancer, metastasized to her liver. The treatment was significantly different then. Like, it wasn't necessarily required to have chemoradiation as follow-ups to surgery. So the system has certainly changed. And you know, as someone whose cancer's touched my life very, very personally, my mother, my daughter, friends, family members, it's a tragic disease. It does not discriminate, and I hope that you get a better outcome than many.
Right. I was just I have friends that also have had breast cancer. They just were not even given the option. For the mammocyte radiation, that was it was not even discussed.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, and the system should be there to help us. No one should be suffering. No one should be worrying about medical bills. No one should be worrying about lack of coverage. But thanks for jumping in today, Deb. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for being here. You got it. Take care. It's the same conversation. By the way, friends, I know that my little pet is making videos to try to get clout. Can you imagine being so shallow in your life that you got to do that? I'm flattered, bro. But you should pay me like at least $200. My contracting rate is between $150 and $200 an hour for the work that I do offline. I'll give you I'll give you a discount, but only a little bit of discount. But you've got to be able to spoon, RC. So if you're willing to spoon, then we can talk about that. It's unfortunate that you made that decision, though, that conscious decision to kind of come up and make yourself look like a fool. But whatever, that's fine. That's fine, too. All right, you're back.
Yes, sir. Hello. How you doing?
Fine, thank you.
Yes. I've been listening, and I want to say I appreciate your arguments, and I appreciate your willingness to even have conversations with people like myself. So I want to say thank you for that, even though you booted me after I made my opinion.
Why did I boot you? Do you know why I booted you?
Yes, because you felt like I was selfish. I think I heard it on multiple occasions.
You were.
But that's
not
fine.
Think you are. Well, I mean, you are selfish though. You didn't think food was a right, man. Do you see how selfish that sounds?
Well, no. Let me say this right here. In the United States, we have a lot of other opportunities for people to go get food. We got food banks. We got churches. We have a lot of social nets.
And if you don't have that, once again, do you think food is a right? Yes or no?
I believe if we have a way to give it to people without hurting the masses,
you don't want to pay for it.
Yes.
You don't want to pay for it.
I don't want.
You don't want to.
I don't want to. No, I don't. I believe that. I believe that we.
I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck out of here. There it is. So, bro, you came back and then you doubled down on your selfishness. The fuck, bro? You fucking doubled down on your selfishness. You sat in the live and you said you appreciate the conversations that I'm having. Did you bother to fucking listen, you pathetic fuck? You're trying to argue that you don't want people to fucking eat. You only care about yourself and your family. And you know what, bro? I despise your fucking takes. I despise your selfish fucking bullshit. But I still want to make sure that you and your family have access to food if you need it, have access to health care, have access to education. But you can't say that because you're fucking selfish. And you need to own it. Instead of trying to complain or excuse it away, you can make videos with RC and Popcorn. You guys can all live in the same space. You can jerk each other off with your micro dicks and feel like you own the fucking libs. And all we're doing up here is saying, you know what? We can do things differently if people want to think differently. And you fucking cowards don't. You're selfish. You're selfish, just despicable people. And I still want you to have health care. I still want you to have access to an affordable house. I still want to make sure that your kids never go hungry, no matter who fucking pays for it. There could be 100 people standing in front of me, and I know based on the math that 10 of those people aren't deserving of a social program. I would still want to make sure all of them eat. The same 100 people standing in front of you, and you might be concerned about 10 of them committing fraud. You want none of them to eat. But you'll be fine signing your taxpayer dollars to go support a war or making sure that the Pentagon has lobster tails and steak. Hi, Megan.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
Pretty good. First of all, I do think that people have all the right to have food because I've been homeless and without food. So I know where a lot of people struggle with that, and I help out where I can. I'm also in school for healthcare. I'm getting my bachelor's license in health and human services, and it just baffles me at how many people think that not every citizen or everybody in the world should have some form of healthcare.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. And I've actually flipped my mom because she, unfortunately for her, voted for the orange person because she thought he was going to do things differently. And I pointed out the Project 25 to her, and she was yelling at me and everything. And when she finally started to realize that he was doing everything on the list, she apologized, and she's just like, I can't believe I did that to my kids because my brother and I are both in the LGBTQ community. And she's like, I'm so sorry. So.
Yeah, apologies are great, but words are words. We need actions. Right?
Yeah.
I know you know that. Yeah.
Yes. And I also wanted to say that you're in my top 4 people for politics. So I watch you on a daily basis.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate that. I take that very seriously. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you, Megan. And good luck on your endeavors, and congratulations. I appreciate you very much. Thanks for being here.
You too.
I appreciate you. Cookie, damn. We have an amazing member of our team, and they are just incredibly kind. Thank you, Cookie. I appreciate you. Wow. Wow. I love you, friend. You know that. Popcorn, you're in the chat again, bro. It's going to be the same old argument because you're not going to learn anything. You don't want to have a conversation. You just want to hear yourself talk. Do you align with the same people? Do you align with the same people that don't think foods are right? I answered your question, bro. But you don't want to have a conversation because you're afraid. All right, I'll try this one more time. Okay, this is how this is going to go. Okay, this is how this is going to go. I am going to ask you questions, and you are going to answer the questions. If you don't answer the questions, then I will say goodbye. It's really that simple. Do you agree to those terms? Yes or no?
Sure, let's go.
Okay. Do you think food is a right?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yes.
What do you mean to a certain extent?
You don't have a right to go in and steal food. You have a right to go in and purchase it. You have a right to grow your own food, but yeah.
So do you have a right? Okay. So you don't believe that your taxpayer dollars should go to make sure people eat?
I would say one that is unconstitutional. There's nowhere in the Constitution that says that. And then, yes, I think people should provide for themselves.
There is though. The general welfare clause. That's what general welfare means.
Right.
So you don't.
Well, so you don't
believe. So just want to make sure. Hold on. Well, it's not subjective. That's what general welfare means. So So what you're saying is that you. Wait a minute. You're saying that you don't want your taxpayer dollars to go to make sure that people can eat, including children.
I think that that's already in there. So to raise that up, I would disagree with that. But there's already
Well, you just said it wasn't in there. You already said. So again, I'm going to ask the question again. Do you think food is a right? Yes or no?
For the most part, yes.
What does for the most part mean? There's no gray area here. It's a right or it's not a right.
Right. Meaning that you have a right to food, but you don't have the right to get it for free.
Okay, then you prove my point. Get the fuck out. You see what I mean? There's another example. There's another example. And the hashtag is trending. Hashtag pay up popcorn. You're going to start paying your debts? It's unreal how selfish you people are. Do you not fucking see it? Do you not see it? You signed on for the single biggest, most corrupt administration that has ever fucking existed. His family has enriched themselves to the tune of nearly $4 billion. The president himself has increased his personal wealth by $1.2 billion. We're spending $1 billion a day on a war that you said you didn't want us to pursue anymore. Gas prices are up 60 cents. Corporate profits are exploding. Stock market breaking records, but guess who's benefiting the most? Tax cuts handed out for corporations. Wealth gap gets wider and wider. 900 plus billionaires in our country have enriched themselves to the tune of $1.2 trillion in the last year. Those same 900 billionaires amount for $8 trillion in combined wealth, and you don't think food is a fucking right. And you wonder why we call you despicable fucking people? That's why. That is why. Unbelievable how pitiful that is. And you can run around with RC, and you guys can get in your little fucking circle, and you can spank your fucking micro dicks and think that you fucking own the libs, and this guy with fucking painted fingernails, and he's talking about democratic socialism. And I'm talking about making your fucking lives better. I want your children to have access to food if shit fucking crumbles. I want them to be able to buy a home. I want them to have access to education. I don't want them to worry about going into losing everything because of medical debt. Do you understand the fundamental difference between me and you? I've got integrity. I'm proud of the person who I am because I fucking care about others. I care about people. You don't. You don't give a shit. You don't fucking care because you're selfish and you're fucking privileged and you don't fucking care. You lost your fucking mind because Joe Biden wanted to forgive some student loan debt. You literally lost your fucking mind over that. And now you're trying to find the semantics argument. Well, food isn't in the Constitution. General welfare is, though. But that's a bridge too far, apparently. And you know what, Popcorn? If you came knocking at my door because no one would give you food, I'd invite you in, I'd sit you at my fucking table, and I'd make you fucking dinner. Would you do that for me? No fucking way would you do that for me. No fucking way would you do that for me. No way. And I can tell you right now, the 1,100 people, the 2,000 people that were in here earlier who watch our show every single day would do the exact same fucking thing. But not you. Not you. You'll go back to your little echo chambers and your little safe spaces, and you guys will have backgrounds up and say, "Oh, the fucking libs." What the fuck are you doing for people? Our community, I am damn fucking proud of this community. We've raised, I don't know, probably $50,000 for people in need in our community, and I am fucking proud of that. That's not a flex. That's just a fundamental difference of how we approach things than you do. You don't care. You're looking for fucking content. RC's making videos about me now. For what? Go ahead, make them all fucking day. You think I give a fucking shit? You think I fucking care? You should pay me for my fucking labor. Exactly. You'd put in you're right. You'd put it into exactly right. Who said that? Sweet Melissa. You'd put it in a to-go bag. So would I. Do you understand the difference? The people that you are complaining about want to fucking help you, want to make your life better because of democratic socialist type of policies, because of expanded access to healthcare, food, water, shelter, the basic fucking needs. And yet you think it's a flex? I hear you, legend. Maybe I wouldn't invite you in. I would definitely provide food for you, though. I might ask you to shower. Somebody else to shower. I have a hose. We want to fix things. You want to continue to live in your fucking bullshit. Whatever, anti-MAGA leftist. You're a fucking clown. You performative fuck. Get the fuck out of here. You're the problem. You are the fucking problem, my guy. Because idealistically speaking or ideologically speaking, we agree on a lot of shit. But you're the fucking problem. You are the fucking problem. You are the problem who doesn't understand what harm reduction is. You're the problem. You're the problem because people like your lack of involvement will make people like Popcorn get a fucking voice. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking pathetic fucking coward. I'm on one at the moment, in case you didn't guess. God damn, it drives me fucking crazy. Hi there. How are you?
Hey, how are you? It's so sad to listen to these people try to justify the idea that you wouldn't give food by any means possible. Any means, however it's given, to people that are hungry, starving, denying children school lunches, all of it. It's literally mind-blowing. It makes my stomach hurt to listen to these people justify by saying anything less than yes. Then 100% yes. Yes, people deserve to fucking eat. Yes. Exactly. And IMTALA was the same thing. That was about people getting care for something that is wrong in the immediate present time. You can't deny people care. You can't turn them away from an emergency room. You treat them and let them go. You do not discriminate whether they've got insurance or not. You can only limit that they would be admitted, but they have to treat you when you show up. This is the same deal. Food is food. When I go to my local grocery store and I have seen the kind of food that they throw away, that they would rather throw away than give to people at the end of the day. Because why? People are going to not pay for food and then they're going to come and take handouts? Okay, if they want to do that, you're throwing it away anyway. Why does any of that even matter? It's so disgusting. I know. There aren't enough words to say how vile these attitudes are.
I agree. Thanks for jumping in today, friend. I appreciate you very much for being here. Thanks a lot.
Take care.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Town makes up a really good point. She said, he said that they shouldn't be able to steal food. and then shouldn't be in a position where they have to steal food. Exactly. And to be honest, if somebody went to Walmart or to one of the large big boxes and had to steal some food and peanut butter or whatever else to feed their family, I have no fucking problem with that whatsoever, because I'm a humanist. And I don't think people should have to suffer. But people like fucking Popcorn and RC and others don't fucking care. You would step over the bodies on your way to church. You don't give a shit. And that's why we're fighting. That's what the Do Something Tour is about. To go out face to face, have conversation with people, and remind them what's at stake. I'm going to do my absolute fucking best to make this tour as politically agnostic as possible. It's not my intention. I'm not out there to try to... I'd like people to vote for harm reduction. My push is get involved, because this is what's happening. Do you believe that food is a right? How can people honestly say that it's not? What? How is that even... How can anybody be in a position where they feel anything other than shame when they feel that food is not a fucking right? Hey, bro, how are you?
I went to UC Santa Barbara for my English Lit degree. I was a broke kid. I ate at Catholic Charities for lunch. And for dinner, I would go into Albertsons with a backpack and 99 cents, and I would buy a baguette loaf of 99-cent baguette. And me and 3 other homeless kids, because we were homeless living under a bridge. Oh, I forgot to mention, I was a college student living under a fucking bridge. Arriaga Bridge in Santa Barbara was my fucking home for a year and a half. I fed me and 9 other people off of 99 cents and a backpack for a year and a half. When you want to talk about food insecurity, when people look at me, Steve, and I tell you I check off every fucking box, I check off every fucking box, Steve. I have had, my dad was a polio survivor who had over 21 bone graft and fusion surgeries by the time he was 17 years old. My entire house was fully ADA equipped. Ramps, guide bars, the whole 9 yards. I've been homeless. I've been starving. I've been the union rep. I've been at the top of the heap. I've ran crews that have brought people home. I have served with a flag, not only on our own states, but our own sovereign soil with our military. When you want to talk about food insecurity, and you think to yourself, what does that actually mean? Why would people steal for food? Why would you want to lock up baby formula if it's not for profit? If it's not the cruelty?
That part.
Sorry I haven't been up in a while, Steve. I've been kind of sick and hurt. But I needed to...
We got you.
But today's a good conversation. And
yeah. Clear divide, right? There's a clear divide.
But remember that. People feed entire groups of people off of 99 cents in a backpack. Mm-hmm. We would get sliced cheese. We would get our fucking deli meats. We would feed and eat decently. But we had to do what we had to do to survive. And we were kids. We're all kids. Either we were going to City College or we were going to actually UCSB. But we were all of us working 1 or 2 jobs, plus going to full-time 12 units, and having to steal to survive. If we were in any other modern country, I would have had a UBI check on top of my job. I would have had a universal basic income granted to me for my college education or my trade school. Why can't America have that? Why can't we give the greatest country on earth that has made some of the most greatest technological advances, engineering advances, why can't we give those people what those other brilliant, beautiful countries did? Food insecurity.
Totally agree, Shane.
Food insecurity affects, what was it, 1 in 3?
1 in 3.
So the next time you're walking down the street,
children. One in 3 children. Let's make sure you clarify that. 1 in 3 children.
So the next time you're walking down the street, that means that that's probably every other person is hungry. Every other adult is hungry in some form.
Correct.
So when we walk down the streets, we're literally looking at our own people hungry because our government refuses and wants to waste 40% of what we produce. Thank you. Thank you so much, Steve.
As always, bro.
You have a good day.
Brother. I love you, man. Be safe out there. Take care. Real life fucking stories. Real life stories. Jess, one of my mods, pointed something out. She said that just wants to mention that we've had more angry people come up today seeing the word socialism than we have when we talk about the Epstein files. They are angry about the wrong things. Preach. Hearts in the chat for Jess. Normally I would say don't give her too much love because she'll end up kicking me in the shins anyways, but she knows how much I love her. And that's a great fucking point. It's a great point, right? I struggle with just the blatant disregard for humanity. Hi there. How are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Hi. Yes. Hi.
Good.
Good morning. It's still morning. My curiosity is how many of these people that want to restrict food for anyone in this country, how many of them went to their grandmother's house and their grandmother refused to let them leave without a plate of food?
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly. That's exactly right.
I know me, like I grew up like with a full belly because we would go to grandma's house or whatever. And if she didn't have food in the house, she would take us out to eat.
Correct. Same how it was in my house. My grandparents are poor. My mother telling me stories about how it was like that, how they had to survive, feed a family of 5 on like 1 can of tomato sauce and pasta. And if they didn't have in their people in their neighborhood that couldn't afford to eat, so my grandmother would make it stretch to 7 people or to 10 people or to more. So I guess a lot of it has to depend on how you were raised and what you considered important. But we're talking about food. We're talking about food. My God. Not luxuries. Not talking about cable. We're not talking about fucking internet access. We're talking about food.
They would let the light bill go to be able to feed their family.
Of course.
And now
of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Thank you.
You got it. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Again, like I had a conversation with my moms yesterday because I had a rough day yesterday and I felt like maybe I was contributing to people feeling, down or upset because covering the Epstein files is complicated. It's not easy to do and it takes its toll on everybody. And covering, the war and tragic loss of life. So I've tried to make a commitment to myself to say, we got to make sure that we're talking about things that perhaps give people hope. So this topic is important to me because it's a system that I've studied. It's a system that tracks with the things that I believe would make our country better. And we get people reacting to this, to Jess's point, not angry about the Epstein files enough, but angry about this. And thank you, Gregory Legend, for making our background today. He always fucking hits it. I give him an idea on the caption, and then I'm like, hey, what about this? And this is what we get. So hearts in the chat for Legend, Gregory. Veteran, dad, father of a special needs kid, by the way. who's the kind of person that we all should fight for. And yet here we are. People thank you, bro. People literally saying that food isn't a right. It's out there, but if you can't pay for it, I don't want to. Like, what? So popcorn, so RC, so unknown. Do you hear what it is that we're discussing and how unbelievably selfish that you all come across? Because if somebody told me that I was selfish, I would want to know why. Just like I'm not triggered when someone says it's all men until it's no men. I'm not triggered by that. The reason I'm not triggered by it is because I know that to be true. You don't get bothered when somebody says to you, you're selfish for thinking that food isn't a right? In your dependency, if somebody said, I think it was unknown, and said, well, there's church communities out there, the same churches that closed their doors for breastfeeding moms when they couldn't get formula? Church like that? Church like Joel Osteen's during hurricanes when he shut the doors to his church so that people couldn't come inside for shelter? Things like that. Cool. Those churches, right? Those are the ones we're talking about. Catholic churches in Rhode Island, decades-long abuse of children. Those churches. Religious leaders who are some of the most diabolical and predatory people there are, preying on young girls and boys, right? Taking advantage of their socioeconomic conditions, leaning in on that. Those churches, we're supposed to think that those churches are looking out for us? Okay. Just making sure I understood that properly. Just making sure I understood that properly. It's wild. Left Ejected, how are you today?
I'm fine. I didn't mean to come up, but I love your live. So okay. You can drop me down.
Thank you for saying that. I appreciate you. Hey, friend. How are you?
Good. How are you today?
Doing all right. What's on your mind?
I don't understand the pushback of wanting democratic socialism.
I do. I do.
Because
we just witnessed it.
Well, if we had something like Patriot Healthcare, we could have a government that is more engaged in our food supply to give food to people that is actually beneficial to them, where the food that's affordable is nutritious.
Correct. That's exactly right. That's why, countries like the UK, for example, and Scandinavian countries, and the model that I really like is what exists in the Scandinavian countries, because they are subsidizing the government's healthcare. They make sure that some of the toxins that are in our foods aren't in their foods. That's the point.
Well, thank you for your time, sir, and for your patience. You got more than I do.
You got it. Thanks for being here, bro. I appreciate you very much. So anyway, I need to wrap. Got a couple things I need to do, but I'll just leave you with this, right? I want to get back into this today or tomorrow because I did a lot of work on what it would look like, and I think it's sorry, Auntie, not today. I think the model here is something that we can get if we're willing to fight for it. And when I say, love you, Michelle, when I say I want a system like this, that means accepting the fact that to get there, we have to elect Democrats because they're the ones that will get us closer. Remember the model, public transportation, Democratic Party, from my perspective, gets me to the next bus stop. I'm willing to walk the rest of the way to get progressive officials elected down ballot, to turn our country into a haven that the world could admire, to say the United States used all their power, all their wealth, all their innovation, all their access to everything to create the most democratically socialist country on earth. Their society is fed, they're insured, they're sheltered, they've got water, they've got access to capital, they're paid well, they're still innovative, and wow, look how powerful they've actually become. But conservatives, nope, because you're all fucking selfish. Who are you raiding, friends? Is RTP live? Let's go raid Jay. Actually, if Ash is live, let's go raid her because she was kind enough to come in and join us. I think she's probably live. You guys know Ash. Please go tell her to Louise that. I think she's live. Isn't she live now? I think she is. Thank you guys for being here. We'll get back into this conversation tomorrow. We'll run it back again tomorrow because I think this conversation needs to continue to happen, obviously. Again, go raid Ash. I love you guys. Smartest Chat on TikTok. Mods, thank you for your fabulousness. I appreciate you guys, and we will see you.